Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, we build on topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels or microscopic. It's a Killah Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killah Priest podcast. Killah Priest podcast.
I am here. You are ready. We are here, man. Welcome to the Killah Priest Podcraft. Well, we are, man, it's going to be a great show today. I am your host, Killah Priest, the Iron Sheik from the Middle East. I'm almost there, so prepare. I say peace. And running the rocket. It's none other than AD Dizzle.
What's up? Welcome back. It's going to be a wild show. You already know. Let's go.
Oh, more than that. Oh, man. I see y'all coming in the building. Shout out to the architects. I see Voltage in the building. To the oracles, Coach Kandakas in the building. Architect, pardon me, man. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Drinking some good tea. Vinny Black Lodge, say it right. Shout out to Vinny. He says, peace, priest and AD. Charles Martinez says, priest to legend. Thank you so much, brother. We are here, Charles Martinez, once again. Rich Genetics says, peace, AD, bring flavor to the ear.
Hey.
You got your song out, right?
Yeah.
You got your video?
Yo, people know that I flipped that beat. That's funny they said that.
Hey. That's dope. Yeah. Tell us about that, man. You got that out there?
Yeah.
Right now?
I just launched a music video to the single that I put out that was part of the compilation that I did. Mm-hmm. It was pretty cool. I just had to do it for myself. You know what I mean? I love hip hop and I just wanted to spit a verse, do a video, and put it out. And the compilation was just a bunch of old songs that I had to kind of get out into the world. So for me, it was like a closure project. You know what I mean? But anyway, I launched the video. Music's out. It's cool. It's on my YouTube. Maybe we'll premiere it later. Yeah. But I was really happy to get that out. You know what I mean? So that now I could be like, all right, now I can focus on some beats because I got to go back to making beats again. You know what I mean? So
definitely.
But I appreciate all the love. Y'all saw my Instagram. I posted on my Instagram. So thank you, everybody. I got a lot of love from all of that. So that was cool. We'll play it on the show too later on.
Definitely.
You know what I'm saying?
Definitely, man. You finally got it now. You can concentrate.
Yeah.
And you finally told me I'm happy for you because you was like, man, I got it off my chest.
Yeah, I wanted to get it out.
This not your first video though.
This is my first video where it's just me rapping. You know what I mean? I've been in other groups where I'm like collaborating and stuff like that, but I just wanted to drop one fire hot track of me just spitting, 2 big verses. And, you were on the hook and everything. It was supposed to be a ghetto video. Hey. But my boy Andy G hit me up. You know what I mean? He has a nice
Shout out to Andy.
Video studio. We actually shot one of your videos there, too.
Two of my videos.
He's like, come on through. Let's just shoot your video right. I'm like, all right. I wanted to keep it ghetto, but it ended up being better than I thought. And it was cool. It was fun. Yeah, we did. I enjoy it.
Yeah, you killed that.
Thanks,
we did. Which one we did? We did Battle of the Locusts. Battle of the Locusts. That's going to be available NFT, you know what I mean?
In April.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm excited for today, man. As y'all coming in, I'm very excited. Bringing this brother back on. It's going to be crazy. Man, y'all already know I'm excited about this. Came back. We build. This brother he's known in the conscious community. He's known all over. The Hebrew community, he's one of the top scholars, you know what I mean? If not the top, I don't know, man. It's hard, man. It's hard with this brother right here, man. He goes deep and he speaks fluent Hebrew. Like a lot of brothers don't even know that, and he could do that easily. You know what I'm saying? So before I bring him on, though, I gotta set the mood right, because I already know it's gonna be crazy. I'm gonna let y'all build up a little bit. Shout out to Jody coming in. I just want to read a little thing that I always get. You know what I'm saying? A couple of proverbs. One says, these are a couple of quotes that I found. The biggest communication problem is we do not listen to understand, we listen to reply. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
That is heavy. That is heavy. So, when you're listening to brothers and they going in, try to have like an understanding. Open up your mind a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And kind of have a place where you can set it, and then you could weigh and judge later on. But to listen to a reply is not really even listening. That's what it's telling. It's self-explanatory. I got one more. I never learned anything from listening to myself. That's heavy. That's heavy. Because if you listen to yourself all day, how are you going to learn anything? I mean, it's self-explanatory. Shout out to our Swinging Source. He says, peace. Esoteric 9 says, fact. Just pay attention. Jack says, yes, indeed. See, we like to, Voltage says, be slow to anger. That's right. That's right. See, we like setting the mood like this because it's very important to always hear a person out before you pass judgment. In conversation, it is respectable to take turns listening and speaking. And it's rude to be excessively interrupted a person while they are speaking. Another science. Deep science. Oh, Dad, you over here. It's like, Dad, you moving like lightning, bro. Can we be daring enough to listen? We talk a lot, we consume vast data, but we are really listening. I mean, but when we really listen, we set aside the ego to connect with our innate wisdom. Oh man, heavy. Well, saying all of these things, you know what I'm saying? You haven't seen it. Oh, Vinny said, find the great quotes in the book called The Worldly Wisdom by Barth. Okay, I'm gonna look that up. Ayatollah is in the building. Shout out to Ayatollah. What's that? Balthasar Grayson. I'm gonna check that out. Hit me with that. Oh, let's go to that super chat real quick, 80. The super chat. They filling up the building real quick. Shout out to Vladimir. He says, I'm super chatting love shots because I use it on a pastor, no doubt. All right. Without further ado, yo. Okay, as we set the mood and the stage and everything. And this right here, this brother right here, like I said, he was on the show a couple of times, but this time he's going to go in even deeper. We're going to get a chance to really listen to understand and see where he's going. I'll let him. There's no other speaker like this cat. This cat is very, oh man, it's self-explanatory. You'll hear for yourself. I would like to bring to the Podcraft none other, the Akio, the brother, the teacher, the scholar, Zion Lex. Make some noise, yo. What up? There we go.
Shalom.
Hey, shalom. What's up, Zion? What's good?
I'm good, fam. I'm good. How you doing?
Oh man, I'm in good spirits. Feeling good right now, you know. Not too much, man. I can't wait.
Likewise, I can't wait to get it in, man.
Exactly. Tell the people, you know, who just coming in, what you been up to? You know?
Been up to a lot of things behind the scenes. In fact, one of the most recent things is I have a huge museum tour that I'm putting together here in New York City at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. That's this Sunday at 12 p.m. from 12 to 4 p.m. at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, located on 84th and 5th Avenue in Manhattan. The exhibit and the tour, we're going into the African origins of civilization with a focus on much of the great scholar himself, Sheikh Anta Diop's work. He's the author of this book, African Origins of Civilization, whether or not it's a myth, as well as Civilization or Barbarism, and several other books. Again, this is the great deceased ancestor. His name is Sheikh Antigeo. The museum just added an entire section dedicated to him, which is huge. I've been going to this museum for decades. I just started doing tours in the last 7 years, and I could tell you they have never, ever even acknowledged the man's work ever in any museum in America or abroad, apart from in certain places in Africa. So to walk inside the Met Museum, as I did this week, and see that the hall is entitled African Origins of Civilization, and the moment you walk through it, you see Sheikh Antigeo and his quotes larger than life, proving through his work mainly at a conference held known as the UNESCO conference in the 1960s, where he proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that the ancient civilizations that people are talking about that inhabit North Africa, namely that of Egypt, that it's an African civilization. So I'm going to be going into that heavy. I'm also going to be going into what is titled the Hebrewisms of West Africa during that tour. So it's going to be a powerful tour. I have people coming from California. I have people coming all the way from Houston. I have people coming all the way from Philly, Maryland, the whole DMV area, not to mention everybody that's coming from the tri-state. So if anybody wants to come through, make sure you come through. My email is zionlex@gmail.com.
Great. We're going to put that up there too.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, we're going to put that up there for him. Make sure, man, it's going to be crazy. All right. So we're on the Podcraft. We see the title. Sumer. It's been a lot of controversy. It's been talked about. But not really going into the depths of it. And a connection has been made, with your science. Yes. The craft is yours. Zion,
all right.
Tell us what we don't know and what we need to know.
All right, so the first thing that we should know and that we definitely need to know is that when we talk about this ancient Bronze Age civilization known as the Sumerians, we should know that that is what is considered an African civilization, meaning that the peoples who form the civilization today that we know as Sumer, they are an African-based people. With that comes everything we associate with Africa, the phenotype, the culture, and even the language. There have been several writers, historians, linguists, and even grammarians recently coming together to put out a lot of work. Black scholars, I'm speaking of in this moment, who are actually doing the work to show and prove that for many years, we have left the civilization of Sumer to be claimed by Eurocentrics, when in fact, all of the scholarly consensus for many years, even among early European writers in the 18th and early 19th centuries, all of them held that the Sumerian race was a Negroid race. So as I delve deeply into some of that today, I'm going to pull out all the receipts. I'm going to show you all of the contemporary scholars that point out that they're Negroid, and I'm going to show you even some of the scholars from the 19th and 18th century that are saying the same thing. It's a new thing in the 20th century, in the 1900s, where European scholars are now coming out to say, oh, well, we believe that the Sumerians are an Indo-Aryan race. And that was really centered around that new social construct known as racism, right? And because of that, due to racism, for the first time now, you see European writers going into various African histories and trying to claim it for themselves. I say for the very first time now, because if you're really immersed or familiar with ancient history, you know that all of the Greek writers gave Black Africa their props. They had no problem crediting to the ancient Egyptians and other societies being the fathers of civilization. They had no problem documenting that Ethiopians are the same color as the Egyptians. And some of them even regarded people living in the Levant, the land of Canaan, Ethiopians because of the color of their skin. It's actually documented in Herodotus' writings that people living in Palestine, which is modern day Israel, were referred to by many peoples as Cushites or Ethiopians because of their skin color. So it's a new thing in our world today where you see a lot of European scholars coming out and saying this. But the most crazy thing for me that I definitely got to say is that the craziest thing about this is that you also have a significant amount, a growing amount of Black scholars and even Black novices who follow these Black scholars that are coming out to agree with Europeans and discredit the African origin of the Sumerian civilization. So I'm here to put a lot of that tonight in historical context, in linguistic context, and pretty much kind of set the record straight so that people could thoroughly understand who and what the Sumerians are. I have an entire PowerPoint that I have laid out, but before I go into my PowerPoint, I want to first ask if you had any questions as it pertains to the Sumerians that you wanted me to address. If not, I'm gonna go right into my PowerPoint lecture.
Oh man, let me look to the chat, the craft room. Not really. I've heard, you know, this and that. Man, just go into your presentation. I'm
right,
here
so
for
let's get it.
Yeah, let's get it. Let's get it in.
All right.
Man, welcome to the Killah Priest Podcraft. Zion Lex is about to take us on the rocket ship ride of your lifetime right now. So
it's about to go back.
Exactly. I'm excited. Something very new. I've heard, I'm not gonna lie, as you go in, I've heard that they were like Assyrian, like another type of race. That's what I heard.
All right. I'm ready whenever y'all are.
We are ready. Are you ready, AD?
Yep, I'm just getting him set up here. He's all set. Go ahead.
Are y'all ready, craft room? Buckle up. Here we go.
All right. You guys let me know when you could see the screen. All right. Boom. Let's get this work.
Okay.
All right.
Goldie Lions.
So again, this is a full picture and image of the museum tour that I have coming up at the Met Museum here in New York City. Again, it's going to be on the African origins of civilization with a special emphasis of looking at Africa through the lens of Sheikh Anta Diop. I also will be talking about the Hebrew isms of West Africa, connecting various West African tribes to their oral traditions, which relate that many of them came and migrated from the East, the Levant, from the land of Canaan. So I'll be going into that very, very deeply, using the artifacts in the museum to establish and prove those points. So that's March 27th at 12 p.m. sharp.
Make sure you
the first author, huh?
No, I was just telling the crowd, make sure they be there. Go ahead.
All right, perfect. The first author I'm going to quote from tonight, his name is Hermel Hermstein. Hermel Hermstein. He's the author of a couple of books, but the two, namely, that I'm going to focus on is Black Sumer, The African Origins of Civilization. He even has a volume 2 to that book, which is Black Sumer, The Physical Evidence. So one book is entitled Black Sumer, The Physical Evidence, and that's part 1. And then we have Black Sumer, The African Origins of Civilization. And just to be clear, this author lives in the UK. He's a Black man, and he's among very, very few Black scholars that are doing this work, connecting various Mesopotamian ancient societies to African civilization and origins via the historical record, through linguistics, and certainly through proper methodology. All right, so watch this. One of the things that he goes into his book from the outset, on page 80, he talks about the Bantu expansion model, which is something that's highly popularized today in academia. Academia wants to know, they want to ascertain How can we chart? How can we trace the migrations of some of the earliest Africans that are leaving the continent of Africa and are going and peopling major parts of the world? Well, one of the tools that we now know today to be most dear is linguistics. So in tracing the linguistic Bantu migration model or pattern, we see and we can combine the ideas of a connection between what is referred to as the Bantu speaking people and people living all the way in Mesopotamia, namely people living in Sumer. To quote directly from Hermel Hermstein, he says, Nigeria/Cameroon is the cradle of Bantu civilization. He says that on page 80. He also goes on to connect it with Mesopotamia, as you're going to see in a couple of moments. We have another author. She's from the continent of Africa. She's no longer with us. Her name is Catherine Obajanju Achulonu. Catherine Abonuju Ochulanu. And she comes with many, many accolades herself. She actually served the president of Nigeria. She holds several degrees in Africana studies. She was well decorated as a not just someone who brings what we call academic service, but even serving the government of Nigeria. When she was alive, she literally served under the then president of Nigeria and provided a lot of information that helped to build the intellectual infrastructure of Nigeria. She cites in one of her books entitled Eden in Sumer on the Niger that there's a strong linguistic correlation between the Niger-Congo languages in West Africa and the Sumerian language, which is normally regarded as an isolate. Watch this. To quote directly from her book, Eden and Sumer on the Niger, she says, Sumerian civilization in the Middle East, as some Assyriologists have argued, was an offshoot of an older civilization whose location has never been found. The question of where the original Sumerian motherland was actually located has never been answered. All the information we have so far gathered in our research suggests that the original Sumerian homeland could only have been a West African location. While this book was still in its first draft, we issued an online press release announcing to the world that Sumer was an ancient Nigerian civilization, as in Nigeria and West Africa. The release was posted on July 2012 under the title Sumerians Who Gave You the World Civilization Were Ancient Nigerians. In November 2012, Pomegranate Publishing, London released a new book authored by Hermel Hermstein under the title Black Sumer, The African Origin of Civilization. Once again, an independent researcher is giving support to our thesis even before the actual publication of our book. In the book, the author argues majorly based on linguistic evidence that Sumerians spoke a Niger-Congo language. Niger-Congo is the mother of the languages spoken in Nigeria and by other West Africans. Niger-Congo languages include Bantu and Bantoid languages spoken by the majority of the sub-Saharan peoples of Africa. Linguists have consistently held the thesis that Bantu originated from southeastern Nigeria. In this work, we have demonstrated that in 2000 BC was the period the Sumerians made their final migration out of West Africa. And this was the very same period in history when the Bantu migrations out of southeastern Nigeria began to populate the rest of Africa took place. This coincides with the 2000 BC date for Sumerian migrations out of their original homeland further into the Middle East. Now, I'm going to pause there for a moment and say to you guys that there's not a lot of people that are doing this work. So when we have our Black scholars who are well endowed with accolades that are doing this work, the first thing that we have to do is support their work. There's a lot of history that's not being told where we are the stars. There's a lot of our history that's being told from the lens of people other than our people. And everyone has their lane or their lane to claim in history. Everyone has a right to assume what history they believe. But the thing that will always stand the test of time is the truth, the historical record, and whether or not any claims that are made can be founded and established and proven to be true.
Well said.
From the book, this is an excerpt from the book Black Sumer on page 149. For some of you, you may know that the ancient Sumerians went by one of two names. The Akkadians call them Sumer, which we'll touch on in a couple of moments. But they call themselves Sagagiga, Sagagiga, which some people pronounce as Sagiga, Sagiga, which means the blackheads. Now watch and see that there's a parallel to this idea right in West Africa. A parallel was found by the Semitic specializing linguist Wolof Leslaw in the South Semitic language of Socotra, spoken off the coast of Somalia in Africa. In this language, they call the man Horus. This is a compound word. Hor, which is similar to Hebrew in meaning shakur, meaning black. In other words, if you want to say black in Hebrew, one of the ways you can say it, in fact, the main way that the Bible uses the term black is to say Shakur, as in the name Tupac Shakur. Shakur is how you say black. In one of the Somali dialects spoken in Somaliland, one of the words for man to describe Somali people and peoples of that region is to call them Horus, Horus, which means in their language, not just man, but black man. So that's interesting because that aligns with the Semitic root in Hebrew, Shakur, which means black. And then in Hebrew, Rosh or Reth means head. So when you add Hor, which in Hebrew would be Shakur, which is black, and you add that with Resh, which in Hebrew is head, you literally have black head. So what the author is establishing on page 149 is the linguistic cognate relationship between the Somali term Horus, showing you that it literally means blackhead in the Somali language. And he shows you that by showing you its linguistic cognate in the Semitic language, namely that of Hebrew, where Shakur means black and Resh or Reth means head. So essentially, their word for man is blackhead, and that's in the Somaliland. Keep in mind, the only other people in history to ever call themselves blackhead or black-headed ones are the Sumerians. But the people in Somaliland, the term Horus, that term means man, and it refers to black man or the black head. This word, understandably, developed among many people who have an appearance approximating that of the sub-Saharan African. Their immediate neighbors in the Horn of Africa and the South Semitic-speaking indigenous South Arabian tribes who form the ancient population are similarly complexioned. It may be that this Semitic parallel provides the origins of an ethnocentric term, which later came to refer more broadly to a particular human type and then human in general. In many Bantu languages, the term for humans, Bantu, refers above all to their own ethnic group, then by extension to Africans in general, and then to humans as a whole. Another parallel, however, also exists among the Niger-Congo-speaking Igbo people of Southeast Nigeria. We are informed by Professor J. Anechukwu of Nigeria, who's an Igbo, that the Igbo also call themselves Isi Oji, which literally translates as the blackheads. And everybody that is black, they call Ndi Isi Oji, i.e. black-headed people. So that means even among the Igbo of Nigeria, you see the same term being used among the Igbo-speaking people. Another name that the Igbo refer to themselves is Isi Oji, which literally translates in the Igbo tongue as blackhead. And they refer to black people in general as Indi Isi Oji, which means the black-headed people. So these are things that scholars are paying attention to when we're trying to ascertain connections on the ground between various ancient societies and their modern antecedents. Again, this is from the book Black Sumer. This is from the book Black Sumer, page 149. And let me go on. In the book entitled The Sumerians by Samuel Noah Kramer, there's another interesting idea that is put forth. Most people who are familiar with the Sumerians by name, you know them as the Sumerians, and you know their city-state in southern Mesopotamia to be known as Sumer. Most people don't know that the actual term Sumer is not a Sumerian word. It's an Akkadian word. The Akkadians refer to the Sumerians and their land as the land of Shumer, as the people of Shumer. The Sumerians actually never called themselves such a name. They never called themselves Shumer. They never called their land Shumer. They call themselves Sagiga, the blackheads. They refer to their language as Emedjer, and that's when you're speaking of a male. And for a woman, Emesal, and that's when you're speaking of a female. Now watch this. On page 298 of Samuel Noah Kramer's book, The Sumerians, listen to what he says. He draws a linguistic comparison between the biblical term Shem and the term we know today as Sumer. Samuel Kramer, based on work by Arner Pobel, published in the American Journal of Semitic Languages, 1941, 20 through 26, wrote the following about a philological connection between Noah's son Shem and the Sumerians. Sumerian final consonants were omissible and were not pronounced in speech unless followed by a grammatic particle beginning with or consisting of a vowel. Thus, for example, the Sumerian word for field, which is ashag, was pronounced asha without the final G being pronounced. But when this same word appeared in the Sumerian complex, ashag-a, which means in the field, in which the A is a grammatical element equated with the English in, then it was pronounced ashag and not asha. Now to return to our problem and the quest for the word Sumer, or rather Shumer, as the Akkadians phrase it, to use the form found in the cuneiform documents. Pobel was struck by the word's resemblance to the name Shem, Noah's eldest son, and the distant ancestor of such eponyms as Ashur, Elam, Aram, and above all, Eber, the eponym of the Hebrews. The equation of Shem and Shumer, however, presented two difficulties: the interchange of the vowels E and U, and the omission of the final ER. Now, the first of these presents no difficulty at all. The cuneiform U becomes E in Hebrew. A particularly pertinent example is the Akkadian term Shumu, which means name. Now, most of you already know that I teach biblical Hebrew for well over 20 years now. So when it comes to the way to say name in Hebrew, we say Shem. But in speaking Hebrew versus speaking Sumerian or the Akkadian dialect, you do not say Shem when you're saying name. They say Shumu because the E and the U are interchangeable. So the Akkadian Shumu is the Hebrew Shem. As for the second difficulty, the omission of the final ER of Shumer in its Hebrew counterpart Shem, this can now be explained by applying the Sumerian law of omissibility of final consonants. For the word Shumer was more than likely pronounced Shumi, or even probably Shum, where the final I is very short, like Shawah, the Hebrew vowel. And the Hebrews thus took it over from Sumerian Shum and made it Shem. So what they're pointing out right now for those who are following is the linguistic relationship between the term Shumer and the biblical term Shem. To dissect the two, the way to say name in both the Akkadian language and the Hebrew language is very similar. In Hebrew, you say Shem when you're saying name. In Akkadian, you say Shumu. Keep in mind, it's the Akkadians that gave the Sumerians their name. The Sumerians never called themselves the people of Sumer. They never called their land Sumer. Their land is called Ki-en-Ger. Ki-en-Ger. That's what the Sumerians call their land. Their language is called Emedger. And then they call themselves Sagigas. They never call themselves Sumerians or Sumer. That name was given to them by their Akkadian, those who came after them, the Akkadians. So following the Sumerian law of immiscibility, where the final consonants aren't pronounced, when you drop the final consonants on the name Shumer, you're left with Shum, which is equivalent to the Hebrew word Shem. So scholars are drawing a connection between the Akkadians naming this region after what is believed to be an eponymous ancestor other than the biblical Shem.
I jump on that gonna make deals on the side and it get
1-1. That was a bomb.
All right. Now I'm gonna give you another example on the screen before I move on to the next slide. The next example is, it says, he then points out that this might not be the only example of this, because nor is Shem the only example of a Hebrew name borrowed from a Sumerian word without its final concept. The name of the biblical city where Abraham is born is written in the Bible as Ur, but its Sumerian name has long been known, and they don't call it Ur, they call it Urim, but the Bible drops the last consonant. So, for example, Urim is not Ur-ar or Ur in this case too. Therefore, the biblical authors had borrowed the name as actually pronounced in Sumerian when not followed by a grammatical element beginning with a vowel. So again, they're even pointing out that the Bible says that biblical Abraham comes from a place which is called Ur of the Chaldees, or in Hebrew, Ur Kasdim. And that region is southern Mesopotamia, the region we know today as Sumer. But what they point out is we have records in that region of the Sumerians not calling it Ur, but Urim. But the Hebrews drop the final consonant and don't pronounce it. So again, if you drop the final consonant in the word Shumer, you're left with Shum, and the Hebrew equivalent is Shem. Let me keep going. All right. What we're seeing on the screen right now is a bronze image of the first ruler of the Akkadian people. This man's name is Sargon, or in the Akkadian tongue, he's known as Sharukin. Sharukin. Keep that in mind, Sharukin, or sometimes pronounced Sharudin with a G. That's going to be highly significant in a couple of moments. His name, which comes out in English as Sargon, is based on the Akkadian word Sharu, which means true, and then Gin, as in Sargon, Gin, which means king. What's very interesting about that is, remember, the two earlier authors that I just quoted from all saw a linguistic migrational pattern and link between the early Sumerians and the early Niger-Congo speakers leaving out of Africa and venturing into Mesopotamia and developing settlements and establishing what we consider the early civilizations in those regions. Keep in mind that what's highly significant about that is language. Language. The way that scholars are able to say that we know for a fact that there existed a Proto-Bantu people from 2000 BC onward, and even earlier, a Niger-Congo speaking people migrating out of West Africa and coming into Mesopotamia, you can see that in the name of Sargon. Sargon is an Akkadian, but his name has West African or Niger-Congo roots. Because remember, what do we call the city known as Ghana? Where did Ghana get its name? Ghana gets its name from the title of its king. The earliest name for Ghana that we know of is Wagadu. Wagadu. And then later, the title that the king of Wagadu held is called Ghana, which means king. I want you to listen carefully. Sargon's name in the Akkadian language is Sharukin or Sharugan, where Sharu means true and Gan means king. Just like in the Niger-Congo languages, where the title Gan or Ghana refers to a king. And here you can see it on the screen. The etymology of the name Sargon. Sargon is related to the Akkadian term Sharukin, which means true king. These circumstances have prompted historians to see Sargon as a usurper and the founder of a new dynasty, the Sargonites. His name in Akkadian, Sharukin, can be translated as the king is true or true king. And according to this explanation, he chose this name to support his claim to the throne. More recent research has shed a different light on the name Sharukin, which may also be that the king is brought stability. But even the new name still assigns to the title king or Gan the word king. The word king.
Man.
Now I want to take you very, very briefly to what is entitled the Etymological Dictionary of Biblical Hebrew. That's the Etymological Dictionary of Biblical Hebrew. As a Hebrew teacher for over 2 decades, this is my go-to book in breaking down Hebrew words etymologically, right? Through etymology, which is the study of root words, that's going to give us the greatest perception of what a word means. For instance, if I was to give you an example, we take the English word knowledge, and you ask the average person, what is knowledge? You're going to hear people say wisdom. You're going to hear people say understanding. You're going to hear people say information. But if you understood etymology, you could explain the name perfectly, because the word knowledge is a compound word. The first part, know, means to acquire information. Ledge is an old German word, which means to act upon. So the word knowledge as a compound word means to act upon what one knows. That's deep, because most of us, after we hear somebody giving a speech, when that person comes down from the podium, everybody's clapping their hand. And what is everybody saying unanimously? That brother's knowledgeable. That sister's knowledgeable. Why? Because they had all the answers? Because they were great orators? Because they spoke very well? That makes them knowledgeable? Have you followed them all day to know whether or not they practice what they preach? We used to have a saying in my temple years ago: be the message that you bring and the song that you sing. None of us really know whether or not someone is knowledgeable until we know that they are acting on the things that they are speaking about, or i.e., they're practicing what they're preaching. A lot of us put our children in the trust of clergymen, teachers, religious leaders. Why? Because we hold all of these people as quote unquote knowledgeable. They know a lot. Well, a person knowing a lot doesn't mean that they apply what they know. So etymology is so deep that it can actually help you in your personal life, because if you had a better working definition of the word knowledge, to truly know and perceive that it means to act on what knows, you wouldn't leave your child with the neighborhood priest just because he gave an amazing lecture. You would have enough common sense to know, I'm not putting anything that I trust, especially my child, in the care of somebody just because they could speak fancy words and they're brilliant orators. I first need to know that you practice what the hell you preaching.
Real talk. Real talk.
All right, well, watch this. In the book entitled Etymological Dictionary of Biblical Hebrew, we are going to fast forward to page 42. On page 42, the Etymological Dictionary defines the Hebrew word ganan as king. King. In the Hebrew language, in the etymological dictionary of biblical Hebrew, which is this dictionary here, on page 42, the word ganan or gana is defined as king. It's also used in the book of Psalms. All you guys would have to do is open up your Bible right now. Everybody's got a Bible somewhere. If not on your phone, you probably got it on your shelf somewhere. Even the people that say they reject the Bible. The Bible is such a bestseller that people keep it on their shelf that don't even believe in it. Go figure. Open it up to Psalms chapter 47. Go to the 9th verse. When you read Psalms 47, verse 9, it refers to the kings of the earth. And the word for king used in Hebrew is the word Gana. Remember,
Psalms 40. Sorry, Psalms 49.
Psalms 47. Open it up live. Psalms 47.
Okay.
Go to Psalms 47 and go to the 9th verse. If you want, I actually could share my screen and show your audience.
Yes, definitely.
Can I do that?
Yes, we want that.
All right.
Where you at, AD?
So watch this.
Oh, okay. No, I don't be knowing.
All right, we going to Psalms 47.
I got it right here.
And you guys are going to see my new screen in a couple of seconds. Oh, you can see my screen already. That's good. All right, now watch this. We going all the way to verse 9. All right, now watch this. In verse 9, it says, the nobles of the nations assemble as the people of the God of Abraham, for the kings of the earth belong to God. I'm going to first say to you, my brother Killah Priest, do you see what I just highlighted in blue?
Yes.
Where it says the kings of the earth belong to God?
Yeah.
Now watch what's going to happen when we click on the Strong's Concordance to show you what Hebrew word was used for king. Watch this. We're going to click on where it says interlinear. That's going to pull up the English and the Hebrew. Now watch. Now this is the word right here. It's 4043. It's pronounced in Hebrew, magine, 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 where the root in Hebrew is gine or gana. Watch what happens, Killah Priest, when I click on that Strong's number, which is 4043. And just so your audience can see where I'm at, I'm going to highlight that. Can everybody see that that's highlighted?
Yes, indeed.
All right. So watch what happens now when I click on Strong's number 4043, so you can see what is the Hebrew root for king. It says Strong's Concordance, magain or magina means shield, but it's based on or rooted in the Hebrew word ganan. I highlighted that. Do you see that now?
Yeah, I see that.
You see that that's highlighted, right? Ganan. Everybody sees that? Now watch this. Killah Priest. Don't that right there say ruler?
Yeah, rulers. Yep.
King.
Plural. Yeah.
Kings. Because remember, the word is used here in the plural. It says, for the kings of the earth belong to God.
Yes, it does.
Notice that the Hebrew word ganan means ruler or king, just like the Niger-Congo Ghanaian word Ghana is a title which references the king of the people. Right there. You see, when we come on these platforms, Killah Priest, and we just talk and we say these things, the people who hate the Bible, You're going to see them saying, oh, he lying, oh, cap. But there's a whole different scenario, my brother, when you can show and prove. We have a saying in the community, and that saying is demonstration beats conversation. I'm not coming here to talk. I'm coming here to show and prove, to demonstrate. The Hebrew word ganan translates as ruler or king. Just like, remember in my PowerPoint that I just showed you, the name Sharukin or Sargon, the Gan, that part meant king. Remember, his name is a contraction of true king. Sharu, which means true, and Gan, king. So you can see it in both the Akkadian language, you can see it in the Hebrew language, and you can see it in the Niger, Congo, and Bantu languages of West Africa, Killer Priest. The proof is always going to be in the pudding, brother. And you know what's sad about this moment? You can actually see people writing in the chat room right now, he lying. Even though it's on the screen. You know the madness that it takes, Killer Priest, to even suggest that I'm lying when it's on the screen?
In the building.
Madness! Madness! But it goes to show you that.
Yeah.
Go ahead. No, I don't want to stop you. Go ahead.
No. It's right. Yeah, it's right there. Go ahead. Continue.
What I was going to say is that it goes to show you, my brother, that for the most part, when people come in a scholarly setting and they have their mind made up, it doesn't matter what you show them.
That's why I read that.
When a person doesn't like you and what you represent, it doesn't matter what you say to them. So at this moment, we obviously not talking to those people, the people who are biased. We talking to the people that have eyes, that could see for themselves. Because clearly it says it right there that the word magan that's used in Psalms 47:10, the root of that word is ganan. You see where it says, and you know, I got to do this slow because evidently people are slow.
Yeah.
You see right here, Killer Priest, where I just highlighted word origin from ganan.
Yep. I see it. It's right there.
Clearly tells you, Killer Priest, that the word magain, its origin is in the Hebrew word ganan. But let me move on. I'm not going to stay there. I'm going to move on because we're going to do this work.
Oh, shoot. Hey, that was right there, yo.
So watch this. Ghana, which means ruler or king, as used in Psalms 47, verse 9, and in the etymological dictionary of biblical Hebrew, it's used to refer to a ruler or protector. What's interesting about that, I could go a little deeper, but I'm going to hold off on that for a moment. I'm going to say the etymology of the name Ghana means strong warrior king. And that was the title accorded to the kings of the medieval Ghana Empire in West Africa. All right. Now,
that was very rich.
We mentioned Abraham a couple of slides ago, giving context to one of those linguistic points. I want to now talk about the period that Abraham belongs to. Obviously, there's a lot of people that disagree with the Bible. And obviously, there's a lot of people who have bias for the Bible and its teachings. But one thing that trumps all of that should be right knowledge and truth. There are often times, my brother, that I go on these major platforms and I debate some of the biggest Kemetic teachers. In fact, there's no great Kemetic teacher out there that I haven't personally debated already. That's a known fact. So I want to first say this. When I first presented on Sarnetta TV, shout out to him, that
shout out to Sarnetta.
Abraham came from what we call today the region of Sumer. Everybody in the conscious community that waves the flag of Team Kemet, they laughed. Abraham's not a Sumerian. Get out of here. That's a fraud. They said, first of all, Abraham lives in 2000 BC. The Sumerian civilization is already folded, done by 2300 BC. Abraham is 300 years late. So you're wrong, Zion Lex. There's no way that you can call Abraham a Sumerian because Abraham is born in 2000 BC, and the Akkadians take over the Sumerian Empire in 2300 BC. So that after that, there's no longer any Sumerians, no Sumerian culture, no Sumerian people, no Sumerians. So don't call Abraham a Sumerian. Killah Priest, you're going to remember my name after today, brother.
Yeah, man. I'm
Because
almost about to sign up. Go ahead.
watch this, brother. Watch this. And this is where knowing things and just talking is the deciding moment.
Mm-hmm.
Abraham lives roughly the year 2000 BC. This period is marked by what's called the third dynasty of Ur, otherwise known as the Neo-Sumerian Empire, which is otherwise known as the Sumerian Renaissance period. So after the Sumerians were defeated by the Akkadians themselves were later defeated by a people known as the Gutians, Gutians, which are an Indo-European people, which is why when you type in pictures of Sumerians online, only images you've seen mainly are those Indo-Europeans who are known as the Gutians, Gotians, which are the people that took over that region from the Akkadians. But then the Aboriginal inhabitants of that region fought and won and took back that region from the Gutians and kicked them out and reestablished Sumerian culture. That's why in academia, this period is known as the third dynasty of Ur, otherwise known as the Neo, which means new, Sumerian Empire, also known in academia as the Sumerian Renaissance period. The Sumerian Renaissance period. So instead of saying Abraham is not a Sumerian and sounding obviously silly because you haven't studied history, maybe you should ask yourself first, what timeline does Abraham belong to? And when you see that it's in the 21st century, which is 2000 BC, the time that Abraham lives, you would know that it's well within the frame of calling him a Sumerian, because it's at this time in history that this region is undergoing what is called the Sumerian Renaissance, or i.e. the Neo-Sumerian Empire. In fact, watch this. Beginning with Sargon the Great, who's the first Akkadian king that took over the region of Sumer, beginning with him, every single Akkadian king that came to the throne, they call themselves the king of Sumer and Akkad. So in a lot of my work, I compare and contrast the culture of the Sumerians and the culture of the Akkadians, and I show that essentially it is the same culture. I get highly critiqued for that in the conscious community because they point out that the Sumerians and the Akkadians are a different people, but that's not necessarily true. It's like pointing out that the Egyptians and the Cushites are a different people, and that's not necessarily true either. Because what you have to understand is that if you put things into its proper historical context, when you're living in a very close or similar region, there are going to be a lot of cultural traits that are shared by the people. There's obviously going to also be marriages, cross-marrying, interbreeding between the peoples, so that the peoples of Akkadia, they didn't think that they weren't Sumerians. The people of the Sumerians, they didn't have a problem with the term Akkadia, because for them it was all the same culture. Now, I'm going to show you a cylinder seal of a person known as Shulgi of Ur. This dates to 2094 to 2047 BC. The inscription reads, "To Nasuka, Supreme Minister of Enlil, his king, for the life of Shulgi, strong hero, king of Ur, king of Sumer and Akkad." So you can't act like the Akkadian period ends the Sumerian dynasty, because it is a known fact in history that that culture also transferred among the Akkadians, even to the extent that every single king to rule that region, the title they took was the king of Sumer and Akkad. And watch how crazy this gets. I'm sure you've heard of the name Hammurabi in history. In fact, if you could blow up the screen, Killer Priest, I want to show your audience an artifact.
Yep, here we go.
Just make my screen bigger where they can see me for a second so I can show them this artifact. All right. All right. Is it big yet?
I'm gonna go bigger
Okay.
here.
Okay. Just want to make sure that they can see me and not the PowerPoint because I want them to clearly see this artifact.
Man. Woo. We just started off.
Yeah, we just getting started. We just
getting
warming up.
I'm pouring more tea for this one.
All right, go ahead. You full screen now.
All right. I'm holding up right now in front of the camera a replica of what is known as the Hammurabi Code. This is a stele, a replica of the Code of Hammurabi, where Hammurabi is coming before the sun god, and the sun god is presenting him with the legal code of that region. This is a replica of it. I'm gonna bring it as close as possible as I can to the camera so everybody can see it. If you look at it online, you'll see that it's the exact same one that I'm holding up. This is just a replica.
Wow.
All right. I got tons of artifacts in the crib, by the way. Tons of artifacts. In fact,
saucing up.
In fact, Amir Sarai, pass my bag with the artifacts.
Here we go. It's on.
So everybody can see that. All right, so watch this. Pass my bag with the artifacts, the brown bag. So watch this, Killer Priest. You'll notice that even the king known as Hammurabi, even he called himself the king of Sumer and Akkad.
Wow.
When you look up the records of Hammurabi, even Hammurabi is calling himself a king of Sumer. Now, let me just show you something, Killer Priest. I'm not just a person that talks this information. I'm sure you can see, I'm sure your audience can see. If you look behind me, you can literally see that I got a stockhold arsenal of books. There's several shelves below this level with books as well. Several shelves below this level with books as well. All right. I also come with artifacts because I do museum tours. As I said, I'll be at the museum this Sunday at 12 p.m. doing the African Origins of Civilization Sheikh Anti-Geop tour with a special emphasis on his work at the UNESCO conference, as well as exploring what's entitled Hebrew-isms of West Africa. This next artifact, Killer Priest, is one of Kemet's oldest and most iconic artifacts. This is the Narmer palette. And just so people can get an idea of, you know, how impressive this is, I'm gonna take the Code of Hammurabi and I'm gonna take the Narmer palette and I'm gonna tap it so you can hear.
Yeah, that's real. I heard that.
This ain't no cheap stuff.
Right.
It costs a lot of money to get your hands from this. This came to me directly from Iraq. As you know, the modern name of Sumer is Iraq. This was sent to me directly from Iraq. And this was sent to me directly from Cairo, the Egyptian Museum. And I gotta tell y'all again, it's not cheap to get your hands on these things. But I invest my money, I invest my time because I'm really invested in sharing this information. A lot of the people who are online talking this, they wouldn't even do that because for them, it's not that deep. So I want to make it clear that there's a difference between me and them. I also have a replica of what is known as the Rosetta Stone. I also have a replica of what is known as the Rosetta Stone. The Rosetta Stone was used to translate the Medu Neter, right? The original is at the British Museum, and the original is huge, but this is a replica of the Rosetta Stone, all right? This is a replica of the Rosetta Stone. I'm gonna bring it as close as possible so you guys can see, all right? The first row is written in Medu Neter. The second row is written in hieratic, and the third row, Demotic, and the third row is written in Greek. And that was used, of course, to decipher and decode the Medu Neter. The next artifact that I'm going to show you guys is what is known as the Merneptah Stela. The Merneptah Stela. which is dated to 1205 BC. This is a replica of the Merneptah Stela. It's dated to 1205 BC, right? What's famous about the Merneptah Stela? Well, it's in the Merneptah Stela on line 27 that we have the earliest mention of a people called Israel. Israel. If you look it up online, it's called the Israel hieroglyph. If you type in online Israel hieroglyph, it's going to pull up the Merneptah Stela, and it's going to tell you this is the oldest reference to the people and the name Israel, and it's inscribed on what is known as the Merneptah Stela on line 27 and 28.
Yo.
I also have this bad boy. Killah Priest, you ever heard Israelites say that, you know, there's a prophecy in the Bible that says that we're going to be there, we're going to be in a second Egypt, America for 400 years?
Yes.
And Israelites use that to say that we know that the transatlantic slave trade is in some sense a foretelling of what our ancestors experienced was actually prophesied long ago in the Bible. Well, what I'm holding up for you right now is what is known as the Ramses 400-year Stela. I'm gonna bring that as close as possible to the screen for the people to see.
Do
That's
your
called
homework.
the Ramses 400-year Stela. All right. The Ramses 400-year Stela celebrates an Asiatic god, Set. Set is believed to be Lord or God over the Asiatics. In fact, the king who first inscribed in the stele is Ramses' father, Seti I. And right on this line, it says that this is commemorating the 400 years of the god of Seth. I want to say so much more on it, Killah Priest, but I'll have to do a whole show on your platform about this, because this is actually evidence in Kemet of the Hebrew 400-year prophecy. This is known as the Ramses 400-year Stela. And I want to bring it back on your platform to use it as evidence of the ancient biblical Hebrews prophecy of being enslaved for 400 years. And when you see how it ties in, when we read the Medu Neter, it's mind-blowing.
This is, you the only Hebrew that I've ever saw bring that out. That's crazy.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Crazy.
I also have what's known as the Problema stone. All right, the Problema stone. The Problema stone is regarded as Egypt's oldest historical record.
Got the
Egypt's
stones,
oldest historical record. This is called the Problema stone.
Wow.
Right? It has it's recording some of the earliest dates for the annual flooding of the Nile in what's called nilometers, which is how they measure the flooding of the Nile. It's referred to in English as a nilometer. You know, like how we say inches or yards. Well, when historians want to chart the stature or rise or flooding of the Nile, they use what's called nilometers. So one of the features that you can see on the Problema stone is that it charts the annual flooding of the Nile within the first 5 dynasties of Kemet. Some of the first and earliest kings of Kemet, their names inscribed in the Shenu or in the cartouche is also inscribed here. And I'm sure you know this by now, Killah Priest. I'm not just saying it because I read it online. Remember, I know Medu Neter. I teach it now. All right, there's a couple more that I could show you, but I don't want to turn the program into that.
But you
to
could.
Allow me to,
you could. Reintroduce
well, all right,
yourself.
I got one. Well, this is a replica. This is a replica.
Go ahead.
This is a replica of Hatshepsut.
Nice.
Hatshepsut, who's regarded as Egypt's first queen. She's regarded as Egypt's first queen. Her name is Hatshepsut. This is it right here. This is a replica of her right here, Hatshepsut. I also have, man, I got so much stuff, man. Hold on. I also have the Tel Dan inscription. Now, watch what's interesting about the Tel Dan inscription.
Wow.
I'm going to even turn it around so you can see the name. because the name is inscribed on the back.
Source.
Hopefully the audience can see that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hold that up as long as possible until I know they can see it, and then I'm gonna back up. Tell Dan inscription, right? All right. What's interesting about that is the evidence that's used to say that Narmer is a historical character is not a body, because Narmer's body has never been found. Nobody doubts that he exists because there are inscriptions in Kemet bearing his name. So nobody doubts or challenges that Narmer is historical. So the reality is the things that are used to prove in Kemet that Narmer is historical are inscriptions on artifacts bearing his name. So watch how interesting that gets. Again, this is the Narmer palette, right? Narmer's name is featured on the reverse and obverse, which is the front and the back, inside of what's called the Serek. At the very top in the middle of the Serek, you have the catfish, which gives you the biconsonantal Nar, and then you have the chisel, which gives you the biconsonantal MR, which is Mer. So together, the catfish is Nar, and the chisel is Mer, and that's Narmer. And this is repeated on both sides of the Narmer palette. And this is one of the evidences used to establish Narmer as a historical character. So watch how interesting this gets. Because if we could use an inscription with Narmer's name to say he's historical, then why can't we do that with the Tel Dan inscription, which mentions Beit Dawid in Paleo Hebrew, which translates as the house of David. Can't have a house of David without somebody named David. We talk about King David. So if we're using the Narmer palette to say that Narmer is historical, then why can't we use inscriptions such as the Tel Dan stela, which has the term Beit Dawid, Beit meaning house, Dawid meaning David, right on the inscription. So if we can use the Narmer palette with an inscription to say that Narmer is historical, then I'm going to use this to say that David is historical. I got a bunch of stuff, man. Like I said, I really do this, man. Sometimes I teach in charter schools here in New York City, so I keep a lot of artifacts. I'll show you just 2 more artifacts.
Yo, Craft Room, y'all getting a treat tonight. I mean, he pulling out some stuff. He pulling out some stuff, yo. Man, the craft.
This is a cylinder seal, right, which depicts the earliest style of writing in ancient Sumer, right? It's a cylinder seal. This is a wedged clay tablet. You take a cylinder, and I have 2 of them here. You take a cylinder. I have a black and a gold one. You take a cylinder and you rub it against a wet clay surface and you allow it to dry in the sun. And this represents the earliest writing in ancient Sumer, which is known as cuneiform tablets or cuneiform inscriptions. Cuneiform tablets or cuneiform inscriptions. All right. I don't want to turn this into showing you every single artifact I got, so let me pause there. But again, just showing that I am more than invested in this. A lot of the people, Killah Priest, to be honest with you, that come on these platforms and they teach, they online reading from PDFs. Most of them don't even have books, and virtually none of them have a single artifact. So when you say my name, Killah Priest, please make a huge distinction between me and them, because I promise you, brother, we are not the same.
Brooklyn, stand up. Brooklyn, stand up. Yo, oh man. Yo, y'all are getting a treat tonight. This is straight BK doing it. Yo, you in raw form. You in raw form.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and we just got started. I got some more for you. So
indeed.
Now we're gonna get back to my PowerPoint. I want to reshare the screen so you can see me finish this work and show you some more stuff.
All set.
And when it's up on the screen, I'll go in.
You're on screen. You're all set.
All right. So I want to go to W.E.B. Du Bois's book. Most of us, in fact, all of us, should know who this man's name is. This man is in part the reason why Marcus Garvey immigrates to America. Most of us know that Garvey virtually inspired every quote unquote Black leader after him. But let me tell you this, W.E.B. Du Bois inspired Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey says it in his own personal notes, and it's a known fact that Marcus Garvey was a fan of W.E.B. Du Bois. W.E.B. Du Bois is an amazing, prolific author. He's also a deceased ancestor. He wrote in a book entitled The World and Africa, Color and Democracy. Watch what he says in this book, Killah Priest. Again, the name of the book that I'm about to give you the quote from is entitled The World and Africa, Color and Democracy.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to what he says. The coming of this dynasty, the Medes and the Persians, corresponded perhaps to the arrival in the south of an immense Scythian invasion, pushed back by the Black Susians, which are, Susa is a major city or the capital city in Elam, which is ancient Persia. After having taken possession of the mountains, the whites poured into the plains of the Tigris and remained master of the country until the time when the Kudur subdued the Chaldea and founded Susinka. He added to the territory of the blacks 3 cities, Nime, Kusi, and Habardit, all the mountainous districts once inhabited by the whites of the Scythian race. Herodotus, who visited this region, this is the most important part to listen to. Herodotus, who visited this region, Persia, in the 5th century BC, mentioned the dark skin of the people of that region. It was so dark that Herodotus called them Ethiopians. We all know that that means in the Greek language, burnt skin. He's using this to describe not people in continental Africa, not people in West Africa, North Africa, East Africa, or South Africa. He's using this to describe people in Mesopotamia. He called them Ethiopians, but he said their hair was straighter than those of Western Ethiopians, who had woolly hair. The Elamites, however, seemed rather to have belonged to the more Negroid stock of the West. Their hair, as seen on the monuments, is short and woolly. The Elamites, or the Persians, said Sir Harry Johnston, appear to have been a Negroid people with kinky hair and to have transmitted this racial type. Listen to this, Killah Priest. I'm not sure if you got a bomb, brother, but you're going to need to get ready to unleash this bomb when I hit that next sentence.
Okay.
I'm going to go back a little bit, and you're going to know when to drop it when you hear it, so listen carefully. The Elamites, which is the Persians, however, seemed rather to have belonged to the more Negro stock of the West. The Elamites, or the Persians, said Sir Harry Johnston, they appear to have been a Negroid people with kinky hair and to have transmitted this racial type to the Jews.
Yo.
You don't get more powerful than that when Herodotus, the Greek author, is literally saying that the black skin and Negroid feature of the Elamites that he came across in Persia, which remarked and made him call them Ethiopians, he said that they had to have transmitted this racial type to the Jews and Syrians because they also hold that same phenotype of being dark in complexion with woolly hair. And this is in W.E.B. Du Bois's book, by the way. I'm going to continue to read. There is curliness of the hair together with a Negroid eye and full lips in the portraiture of Assyria, which conveys the idea of an evident Negro element in Babylonia. So in the conscious community, you have a lot of silly people that look at the modern people in Iraq today and they say, that's not us. That's not black people. Well, that's not what we're talking about. We know that the people in that region, through mixing with Indo-Europeans, we know that that region, just like much of North Africa, was whitewashed. We know that Islam brought huge influxes of white Arabs, in contrast to the original black Arabs, into those regions. So if you're looking at the people in modern day Iraq and you're saying, oh, that can't be us, that's silly. Because all of the historians, even the historians that you hear me reading right now, describe them as having Negroid features and being of a Negroid phenotype. The Negroid eye and full lips. I'm gonna keep going. In a book entitled, it gets deeper, brother.
Right.
In a book entitled Ethiopia and the Origin of Civilization by John G. Jackson. Listen to what this book says. Wallace Budge, who most people know, I have several of his books here on my shelf. Wallace Budge was a historian on ancient Egypt and their culture. Wallace Budge even studied and even taught and wrote books on hieroglyphs, otherwise known as Medu Neter. Listen to the quote from Wallace Budge, a European Egyptologist, and what he has to say about the skin color of the early Asiatics. Listen to this quote. Again, it's coming from the book entitled Ethiopia and the Origin of Civilization by John G. Jackson. The quote we're about to read is from Wallace Budge. And the quote starts off by saying, that classical historians and geographers call the whole region from India to Egypt, both countries inclusive, by the name Ethiopia. I'm gonna read that again. Wallace Budge says, classical historians and geographers call the whole region from India all the way to Egypt, both countries inclusive, by the name of Ethiopia. Why? Because obviously the people in that region from India all the way down to Egypt are a melanated Negroid people. So he says the classical historians and geographers all called the whole region from India all the way down to Egypt, they call those people by the name Ethiopia. That's why one of the most distinct names that stands out in India today is the name known as Indus Valley. When we speak of Indian culture, there's a couple of terms that we use. One term is more medicinal, which is Vedic, V-E-D-I-C, Vedic. And that really refers to the flora and fauna in India that's used to heal people. So that's more of a medicinal term, the term Vedic. The other term used to describe India is Indus Kush. Hence, even today, that river valley is known as the Indus Kush Valley, otherwise known as the Indus Valley. But in ancient times, it was called Indus Kush. You could literally look that up right now as we're speaking and see it for yourself. Let me keep working. They called the people from India all the way to Egypt by the name Ethiopia, and in consequence, they regarded all the dark-skinned and black people who inhabited it as Ethiopians. Mention is made of Eastern and Western Ethiopians, and it is probable that the Easterners were Asiatics and the Westerners Africans, but they called them both Ethiopians. So even Asiatics living in the Middle East at that time are called Ethiopians because of their skin color. So this is what we try to tell and educate the community by not looking into scholarship that takes us away from who we are and some of the places that our ancestors ventured and went into. Most of us know that the world receives its population from ancient Africans that migrated out of Africa. But the moment you start saying that the original peoples of Mesopotamia are African, the same people who agree that Africans left Africa and populated the world, so that everybody comes from an African. The moment you tell them, well, okay, the Mesopotamians were Africans, they say, no, that can't be. You see how mad this is, Killah Priest? Most of the people disagreeing with the Sumerians, the Akkadians, the Hebrews, the Canaanites, Mesopotamia being black and African are the same people who in another dialogue are going to be telling you that ancient Africans left Africa, migrated, populated, and peopled the whole world. But they don't believe that the Mesopotamians are them. So you see how stupid this is? You see how inconsistent this is? Now watch this. In addition, Budge notes that Homer and Herodotus call all the peoples, and this part is interesting, Killah Priest. Listen to this. In addition to that fact, Wallace Budge notes that Homer and Herodotus call all the peoples of Sudan, Egypt, Arabia, Palestine, and Western Asia, and India, Ethiopians. I'm going to read that part again. In addition, Wallace Budge notes that the Greek writers Homer and Herodotus call all the peoples of the Sudan, Egypt, Arabia, Palestine, and Western Asia and India by the name Ethiopians. Greek writers such as Homer and Herodotus refer to Arabia and Palestine. The people living in that area, they call them Ethiopians. How in the hell could they call them if they white like most of y'all believe? This is what I mean by, in order to truly be a fact seeker, a truth seeker, you have to be objective in your mode of research. You got to put your bias to the side, and you have to first say, what if I'm wrong? Most people could care less about that, Killah Priest, because again, most of these people in a lot of these online communities, they're really here for the entertainment. That's why you already know, Killah Priest, that if you invited somebody on your show right now that was to debate me, your numbers is going to go up. Right now, we got almost 400 people in the building. If I was debating somebody, you'd have 1,400 people in the building.
That's right. That's right.
Most people are here for the ignorance. Most people don't care about the truth. You already know that drama is going to bring more people in. This type of information, Killah Priest, always goes over the heads of people who are not truly enlightened and truly not truth seekers. A truth seeker is a person that is able to take their own point of view, push it to the side, and say, if I'm to truly learn, I have to first admit the possibility that I could be wrong. If I don't first admit the possibility that I could be wrong, I cannot truly learn. So any true researcher, the first thing you do is you push your bias to the side. Forget that I'm a Hebrew for a moment. Forget that I'm Team Kemet for a moment.
Talk to him.
Here is the truth. Here is the evidence. Follow the evidence. Follow the truth. Wherever it takes me, that's what I'm doing. Here we go.
Hey.
I want you to look at this picture. This picture is from this book right here, part 2, entitled Black Sumer, The African Origin of Civilization by Hermel Herrnstein. This picture is of a Chaldean man of a place called Karakosh, which is in northern Iraq. Guys, we're not looking at something from 2,000 years ago. We're not looking at something from 1,000 years ago. We're looking at a picture that was taken less than 50 years ago in northern Iraq. These are the aboriginals of that region. The next one is going to be even more telling. Watch this. This guy is from what is known as the Dulaim tribe in central Iraq. Killah Priest, look at that phenotype.
Yeah.
Black skin.
Like my man 60.
Broad nose. thick lips. So this is why all of the early European writers who were not bombarded or motivated by racism, because remember, the Greeks weren't necessarily a racist culture. In fact, in some of Herodotus' writings, he refers to the skin tone of Ethiopians not simply as black. He says that they were beautifully black without blemish. You know that chocolate black, that they so black, they milky black. You can't even see a goddamn nugget. You can't see no acne. You know that chocolate milk black is just looks so beautiful black. In some of the early Greek writings, they refer to Ethiopians and their skin color not simply as black. They say that they were beautifully black. This man is not from Nigeria. This man is not from South Africa. He's not from the Congo. He lives in central Iraq. And he's from a tribe known as the Dulain tribe in central Iraq. He has the Negroid phenotype. This is what I mean by,
You look like
in
a
order
legend.
for us, oh yeah,
You look like
in
a
order
legend,
for us
man.
to really move the bar,
Yeah.
right? And raise the bar in the community, people got to step out their comfort zone first to be ready to admit that I could possibly be wrong. Whenever you admit that you could be possibly wrong, that's always when you learn something new. Notice that whatever paradigm that you find yourself in right now, we all know, most of us were not born into that paradigm. Your intellectual paradigm or spiritual paradigm that you find yourself in today, most of us weren't born into it. Most of us were introduced to it by way of research. How did you come to the determination that this is true? You had to first admit the possibility that you could be wrong. With that being said, Killer Priest, I'm going to end the presentation here. I could do a much more thorough presentation showing the Bantu expansion through linguistics and through the historical record, but I would love to come back at a later time where we can have a balanced dialogue with someone from the counter position so that we can really test out these ideas to see what holds to be true. It's easy to get behind a booth, as you know, as a rapper,
Right.
and make a diss record.
Right.
It's another thing to sing that diss record in front of the person you dissing.
Right.
So what I'm
Right.
proposing right now is there's so much more that I want to bring out, but I'm asking for a plausible scholar who disagrees to step forward so that we can have the dialogue together where I could bring everything out.
Oh, that's right up to.
Well, he wants to smoke.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
All right?
Okay.
Who would dare, though? Who would dare challenge Zion? He seems so well read.
Where Ngozi at?
You know, would Ngozi challenge him? I don't think he would.
He's still bleeding from the last time, the last puncture.
Dude.
I got some questions.
Oh shit! Rasul says he has questions.
All right. So come on. All right. So you are. All right. So you got questions. When you ask your questions, let them answer, and then you come back. Let's do this on order. Come on, Sue.
No, let him. No, I'm just saying, let him.
No, he said he finished. He said, "Is there any worthy?
Anybody worthy?
Any worthy?" And he's right there. And yo, Neptali said, "What's up?" Too. She wanted to shout you out too, Zion, and she wanted to come through too. She said she wanted to let you finish up, and she wanted to come in and add on to your presentation.
That's what's up. That's what's
Yeah,
up.
shout out to
her.
Hey, let's open up the lines. Can we open up the lines for you? Would you be cool with that, Zion?
Yeah, we can open up the
You
lines
went
and
in.
take
You
some
went
calls.
in. You went in. But
Yeah.
Hey, you've been talking. See, this is what I'm talking about, bro. You've been doing a lot of talking. People been talking. No, I'm just saying. When he's here and he's calling out and he's sitting up and he's right there, he says, "Is there anyone worthy?" I don't hear the phone ringing. My phone's right here. My feels right here. Moderators.
Hey.
Moderators. You ain't gonna come up here. You don't want that. You're not gonna do it. I'm gonna say shout out to shout out to the moderators. We can open up the phone lines and Naphtali's in the building. Let me say this. I'm just gonna say this. Zion Lex is a true scholar. Yo, brother, I'm gonna tell you like this. You're a true scholar, bro. True scholar, and he can speak fluently Hebrew. And this cat is not, and he knows the meta netta. He knows it. A lot of cats can't hang with this brother. I'm gonna say it. Oh yeah, we got some. Okay, then Tahuti already. Okay, let's read this. Let's read this. Oh, that would be. What about Tahuti?
That would be dope. Why not?
Tahuti.
That'd be dope. We could set that up.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
If they even disagree yet, because we're not even sure if Tahuti would disagree.
I would set that up, but
no, they would get the furniture moving.
But I want to say this to you, Killah Priest.
Yeah.
Could you imagine arguing with somebody about linguistics and they're not functional in any of the languages you're talking about? So that's what I meant by a worthy opponent. So if we're gonna have an argument about linguistic cognates, I'm hearing somebody laughing, but I didn't hear a joke.
Mm-hmm.
If we're gonna have an argument about linguistic cognates within any given language, then the person arguing should at least be able to speak the languages that we're talking about.
Right.
Because you can't hold yourself as an authority to agree or disagree with somebody if you can't even confirm it for yourself because you can't read or speak it. So what I'm saying is there are people out there that read Medu Neter. There are people out there that read the Semitic languages in the conscious community. Let those people come forward because it'll be a complete waste of time to have a 2-hour debate with somebody about language, any language, and they speak none of the languages we're talking about. If I was to hold the language up, they can't even read it.
Okay. It's silence. Going once. Going twice.
No way. Are you waiting for somebody to call in? Because
yeah. You go. I'll open up the lines.
Did she post the number though? Where's the number?
Kandaka, can you please post a number?
If you want to make it official, we'll make it official.
I'm learning a lot, man. It's a beautiful thing when you. That's why I read what Jody laughing. That's why I read what I read in the beginning, and there was always open up something beautiful for the opening up. And I even when Tahuti was here, I said, people got to be open up, and it was something he said about people are scared to put themselves out there because their belief system, they're so deep into their belief system, they're so dug in that when they get out of their comfort zone, it kind of shake them up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because of their belief system. But truth is truth. I stand by truth. You know what I mean? It's measured. This brother right here is holding, he's sitting right there. And it's a beautiful thing. No, I'm not, listen, bro. I'm not asking nobody. It was an expertise what he did, sitting up there. Cover boy wants to call in. I don't think cover, no. Now you have to know something, like at least speak the language.
I don't see her posting the number though. Where's the phone number? Because
it's quiet, brother. Could you take us on okay, I got some. Let me get some questions together, man, because about the Sumer connection.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
Nah, bro, chill. You didn't say the Sumer connection from to Africa was extraordinary. That was good because I was told this and that. I was told they were of like Arabic or some type of mixture. And that those pictures, you kind of brought out the Gutians, right? The Gutians are people who conquered them. And they put up those pictures because I was always tripping out on those pictures with the big heads and the big eyes and stuff like that. And I'm like, first of all, I don't know nobody look like that anyway. You walking around with eyes like that and blue contact, you weird. You know what I'm saying? It's not Halloween, you know what I'm saying? But you walking around looking like that. So nobody, it's just like graffiti writers, right there, graffiti art. They don't really look like the characters that they create anyway. You know?
That's a fact.
You know, so that's what I'll say on that. But just
That's a fact.
But it was just extraordinary. I mean, you just brought information, and I'm looking at the chat room. He said, I wonder how much of this.
I don't think Coach is in the chat.
Oh, okay. It disappeared. Hey man, we could just talk a little bit because that's what we hear.
She says no call in, check phone messages. Got it.
All right.
What's up, Coach? My bad. I thought you wasn't there.
In the meantime, Killah Priest.
Yeah.
I could share my screen and pull out some of those pictures right now.
Yeah, let's
and kind
do
of
that.
show people why some of those assertions that Sumerians are these people are silly.
Right. Let's do that.
All right, good. So let me pull that out right now, and you guys should see my new screen in about 2 minutes.
We're on your screen now.
Okay, you see my new screen because I have to. I'm just emailing myself the PowerPoint so I can put it up.
Okay.
Brother, you have truly shut stuff down today. Yo, he did. I can't knock it out. Yo, you said you was gonna come and do it, but I seen you do it a couple of times though. Zion, I seen you do this.
Let me say this to you, Killah Priest, because we both got a little age on us. I'm 43, right?
Yeah.
You remember watching years ago House Party, right?
Indeed.
Remember when Kid and Play was battling each other, and at the end, Martin took the mic and was like, yeah, whatever you could do, I also could do, except I could do it better.
Right.
That's how these people sound right now that's jumping out the window talking about, no, I'm going to do it. I'm going to ask him, jump out then. If you feeling froggy, jump out. I guarantee you are embarrassed.
Brooklyn talk. That's BK right there.
You feeling froggy, jump out. I guarantee you are embarrassed.
Coney Island. Right there. That's real talk. Yo, York was.
By the way, I now have my screen. Let me see if I could share it. All right, you should see my new screen now. Can y'all see it?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's get this work. Real easy. Watch this. So whenever people show pictures of Sumerians, everybody carefully chooses to show these pictures, which obviously in looking at them in appearance, you say, oh, hell no, that's not us. And guess what? That ain't us.
Right.
But what's most interesting about that is nobody really talks about the time period from when this artwork is around. Remember, whenever you make a claim about something in the past, your claim is only significant as much as you contrast it with a chronological record and timetable. Yes, you can find this in Sumer, but the question is what time period? And a lot of the dates that people are putting online don't align with the dates that it comes from. So when you look at this artwork, the first thing you know is that it's from what's called the Gutian period, which is Indo-Aryans. Indo-Aryans. And by the way, when you see blue eyes, and at this time in history, they're using what's called lapis lazuli, which is mined from Afghanistan.
Right.
It was imported all the way into Egypt. It was imported all the way into Africa. There's even evidence that in earlier periods, it was even imported into various parts of West Africa, lapis lazuli. When you see them take that blue and put it in the eyes, they're not trying to represent people's eye color. And watch where this goes wrong real quick. Because clearly, you can even see Egyptian statues in Kemet where Egyptians have blue eyes. So let me guess. The blue eyes we see on Sumerians in Mesopotamia, that makes them white. But the ones we see in Egypt, there's some deep meaning to that. There's no deep meaning to the ones in Sumer, though. This again is where people look so silly, Killah Priest. The blue-eyed statues of the pharaohs of ancient Egypt, they're not trying to depict that these people had blue eyes. Lapis lazuli was a very precious gem that was used in the ancient world to translate and transmit esoteric knowledge. The Hebrews are told to put blue on their fringes, and they should look at it as a reminder that they are to keep the laws of God. In the book of Exodus, God's throne is said to be covered with lapis lazuli, or blue. So in many of these ancient colors, this particular color of blue is associated with a divinity, with the divine, a deity, or God. It has nothing to do with trying to represent people's actual eye color. If that's the case, you wouldn't find it on Egyptian pharaohs. So it's silly when people make this argument. And by the way, this is actually one of the arguments of Ngozi. Ngozi pulled up a picture of the Gutians, and he said, you see, they got blue eyes. That's not us. So I said, okay, so what happens now when I show you some of the oldest people in Kemet? Because that's what you're looking at right now. The oldest statues of this type discovered in Egypt in 3700 BC has blue eyes from the same lapis lazuli. And the phenotype don't look too African either. So again, it's silly, Killah Priest, that when you're looking at these items of art, to automatically say that it doesn't represent us or what it represents, because most of us were not there. All of this history, Killah Priest, any history that you are not present to witness is a reconstructed history. Reconstructed history is best told when somebody leaves writing behind, because that would represent the people there to tell you their story. But when you don't have writing and you're not there, you're dealing with reconstructed stories. You're not speaking as an eyewitness. So what you're really doing is you out here guesstimating. Oh, I think it is that. I think it means that. Well, you don't know what it means until the people speak for itself. So that's why some of us care about this information so much that we learn the language of the ancients so we could see what they're saying. Instead of coming online and saying, I disagree with Zion Lex, even though I can't read none of the languages that he could read to know what the original people are saying. Anybody you call on the line right now, Killah Priest, that disagree with me, I'm gonna have a couple questions for them. First question I'm gonna ask them is, do you read any of the languages I mentioned? And you're gonna see how fast the conversation stops. So it's silly. You commented on something you haven't even read for yourself. So again, this is discovered in Egypt in 3700 BC, and clearly they got blue eyes. So is this trying to say that they had blue eyes in Egypt? It's silly, Killah Priest. It's silly at the end of the day. That's not what the ancient Egyptians are trying to depict. That's not what the Sumerians are trying to depict. This is the head of Sargon the Great. I didn't touch on this in the slide before because I was speaking about linguistics, but now we're talking about phenotype. So Sargon is an Akkadian. The quote that I just read from Herodotus and Homer, remember the Greek historians describe the Akkadians as Ethiopians because of the color of their skin. So look at the head of Sargon. Look at his beard. Look at his lips. Look at his nose. Sargon is never depicted in history as a European. Sargon is always depicted in history with Negroid features. This is from the city of Mari. This is known as a Mari painting. This represents the earliest Persians, as Mari was once the capital city of Persia. The earliest Persians, who today people are saying are European, this is how they depicted themselves. And by the way, Killah Priest, the depiction that we're looking at are not just people. The man in white represents their god. So not only did the people in Mesopotamia see themselves as a people of color, but they even saw their god as a people of color. But here we come. Go ahead.
We got a call. Who's calling?
Peace. This is Coach Kadaka.
Oh, Coach Kadaka's online. Finally. Hey, first time. Hold up.
So I'm calling for the people. There's issues with the text. So you didn't get the text message. So I'm going to ask questions on behalf of the chat room. They want to know, how is this information relative to present day and how can we benefit from the lesson that the brother is teaching today?
That's an excellent question. And thank you very much for pointing out some of the questions in the chat room. So the first thing I want to say is the reason why these conversations are so important has to do with a lot of the proverbs that we take in from our African ancestors. We love to say colloquially or proverbially that without knowing one's past, one has a dismal future. But when I start talking about the past, in order to bring us into the future, people start saying, why are you talking about the past? The same people who will use the proverb that says, a man that does not know his past has a dismal future are the same people in another conversation that's going to say, but you keep talking about the past. So again, this is the madness. The reason why we talk about our past is to take in the information of our past ancestors, learn from their mistakes, bring it into the future present, and propel the culture even further than they went. We know in a relay race, a baton is passed, right? When the baton is passed, the idea implicit when a baton is passed is that the person taking it receives it and goes further. But the point is, you're supposed to take it. In order to take a baton, you got to look back. That's what Sankofa is. Sankofa, the West African Dinka symbol, is about looking into the past, taking that knowledge, that information, that wisdom, updating it if necessary, and propelling the culture further into the future present for the greater good of the society. So we gotta talk about the past because we know that that is how we take the future present further and continue the legacy of our ancestors.
Did you hear that?
Yes, I heard that. All of the land heard that. So peace, like if anyone has questions, we want to strive to answer your questions. So as we progress, we can go on that way. Let's see, will Zion debate? We're not talking about that. We teaching, we learning, we growing. We're not talking about debates tonight. Let's keep it positive. Let's learn and build. If you have questions, I'll call back and tap in, and we could do it that way. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you, Coach. As from Zion to your Zion, just keep. I mean, man, you going in, bro. I don't know if you know. Let me say, I don't know if you know, but I'm gonna let you know, bro. You going in tonight. You're teaching, and you're dropping some jewels. And yo, cats are just for everybody that you saying that's saying something. There's a lot of people that's like, oh man, this is something different. And for new people who's coming in who never even heard of Zion Lex, you're hearing a true scholar, go in and break things down that people had mixed up. You know what I'm saying? And this is good. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. All right. Thank you, man. So if you reshare the screen again, I got some more stuff to show you with some of these pictures.
Let's get it.
All right. As soon as you guys can see the screen, I'm gonna go to work.
All right.
We good?
All right. So again, the earliest Persians, not only did they see themselves as a people of color, because the man seated with the moon, the crescent moon on his head, that's a deity. That's a god. They even saw their god as a person of color. And of course, that's allegory because in most of these cultures, they don't ascribe God to be anything physical, right? When you go into Kemet or Egypt and you go into the records, we're reading the Medu Neter, one of the most prolific deities that you encounter is Amun. Long before he becomes Amun-Re, right? Amun-Re, through ignorance, a lot of people think that that's one God, which goes to show you that people don't really study Kemet. The same people that say that they teach Kemet don't study Kemet because Amun-Ra is an argument between the priests of Re or Ra and the priests of Amun. And the way that they settled or harmonized this argument was to fuse these two deities into one. But anybody that studies the Merkut Sabiat, which is the pyramid text, you would know that there's no mention of them together ever. They were always regarded separately. And if we get really deep into the esoterics, Amun and Re are the same, except you're speaking of attributes of the one. Similar to in the Bible where we read, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord your God, the Lord is one." Why does the Bible need to emphasize and say that? Because at times the God of the Israel is the God of war. At times he's a God of mercy. At times he's a God of love. So our Shema says, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one," to remind us that as many attributes, as many ways we see the Creator revealing himself, just know that he is all one. Your actions cause the universe to respond a specific way. So to you, you're experiencing different phenomena and you're thinking that this is all different deities, but this is the one, this is the all. This is not separate deities. This is the one, this is the all. Your actions call for different responses. So you're made to believe in your finite thinking that the all is many, when the reality, the all, or even the many, is truly one. What could this be compared to? Put yourself in an old school church that has a stained glass window. You know those with those, you know, those old churches with the you know what's called a stained glass window with the many prisms and colors, right? You take a beam of sunlight from the outside and it hits that glass. On the inside, that sunlight is coming through several spectrums of color. So if you're standing on the inside, that single beam of light appears to be at least 7 different colors. But if you're closer to the source, you get to see that it's one. That's what we're talking about. The more deeply immersed you are in esoteric knowledge, the closer you are to the source, the more in tune you are to seeing and realizing that what you think is the many is really the one. What you think is something separate and different is all manifestations of the one, which is why it's pertinent to go into the language of these texts to see what the people are saying so that you could know not to make the silly mistakes that a lot of people out here are making. But watch this, I got more. This is a priest from the Mari kingdom sacrificing a bull. The date is 2040. This is dated to 2040 to 1870 BC. Killah priest, I want you to look at the flesh tone of him.
Right.
And I want you to look at the rest of the picture. Because the first thing I want you to notice is they had white paint. You see how the border between his hair has like that white rope? So they had white paint. You see his eyes next to the black ball, you can see white, right?
Right.
So they had white paint. But when they went to draw his skin color, what color paint did they use, my brother?
Brown. Dark. Yeah.
Thank you. I think they know who they are. And I know that we sound crazy telling them that they are something other than what they themselves depicted themselves as. We sound crazy. How you gonna say source? It's from the modern Tel Hari in Iraq. It's a mural painting in the palace of Zimri Lim. The source is on the, this is what I'm talking about, Killah, please. Yeah. Somebody in the section actually said source. The source is on the screen, homeboy. And madness.
Yeah. Definitely. No, we getting it. We get it.
This is Assyrian art taken from the capital city of Nineveh, right? Brought to Scotland by Schomburg Henry Kerr, right? In 1854. It came from Baghdad, Iraq. Again, these people are not painting themselves looking like Charleston Heston. They're not painting themselves looking like Donald Trump. They're painting themselves looking like the same quote unquote Ethiopians that Herodotus called them because of their skin color. This is also art from Nineveh. This is actually up right now in that region, still there to this day.
Or furry.
where you can literally see that they clearly again had white paint because you see the white in his eyes. But let me guess, Killer Priest.
Yeah.
Because if you look at his nose, they're gonna say, nah, that's not an African nose. So wait, I gotta go show y'all Scottie Pippen nose. I gotta show y'all that even among black people, we have people with that hook nose or straight nose. I gotta teach you that Africa has the most diverse gene pool to the extent that if you're in North Africa, you can look grossly different from somebody in sub-Saharan Africa. You could be the same skin color, but your phenotype could be remarkably different. You could have thinner lips.
Right.
You could have a thinner nose. You could have straight hair, but what you will still have is black skin.
Teach.
So it's silly, the arguments that we make. Yeah, he black, but look at his nose.
Not only that, yeah, no one's bringing nothing. You're bringing, who's digging up artifacts like this? You know what I mean? They just sit up there talking, but they're not bringing anything. They're not coming up and they're just bringing anything. I mean, this is hard to get. He just showed you a replica of the normal tablets. And that's not hard to get. And it was real clay that he was hitting against each other. Listen, craft room, you know I love y'all, but to sit up here and see all of this stuff, ye who have eyes and see not, ears and hear not. Come on, bro. You gotta wake up. This is, I mean,
what's interesting about this, Killer Priest?
Go ahead.
Look at this man's skin color.
Right.
Look at his phenotype. Most of the people watching saying, nah, he ain't black. He ain't black because he's from Assyria. He's from Mesopotamia. But let me go back a couple slides and remind them of something. Because this is Egypt. This is Egypt in the early Bronze Age. This is the early Egyptians. So let me guess. These guys on the screen are more black than the Assyrian guy from Mesopotamia that I just showed you. Killer Priest, you see the madness?
Yeah, I do.
You see the madness? Look at this. These are depictions of some of the Nisut, the kings, and the nobles in Kemet. And Killer Priests, all of them don't have a Negroid phenotype. In fact, when you look at Ramses, you talk about that Scottie Pippen nose. What?
You look like right.
There he goes right there. Ramesu, right there.
Oh wow, dude look like Scottie P. Yeah.
But these guys are more black than the Assyrians that I'm showing you. This is why it's madness, my brother. But I got another book for you because we're talking scholarship, right? We don't want. I try my best not to focus on what we call lookership, because scholars don't do that. Scholars talk about scholarship. So this book is entitled Black Bloodlines. It's written by Calvin Evans. I got a quote for you from this book. The black presence in the Bible is undeniable. Ethiopia and Egypt are mentioned more in the Bible than any other country. The earliest God and Messiah on all the continents were black. The earliest images and depictions of Jesus show him as being a black man. In fact, the word Christ comes from the Indian Krishna or Krishnu. In the earliest of times, the Hebrews were a mixture of Sumerian, Egyptian, and Cushite people. That's a fact. The Bible says Abraham came from Sumer. The children of Israel were in Egypt. Moses married an Ethiopian. In almost all cases, the Semites, when in close contact with the Hamites, became absorbed into the Hamitic group. Abraham was born in Ur of the Chaldees. The Chaldees was the home of the Chaldeans. Sir Godfrey Higgins said the Chaldeans were originally Negroes. Killer Priest, ain't the Chaldeans the people we call Babylonians? Sir Godfrey Higgins said the Chaldeans were originally Ethiopians. That's in his book, Anakalypse, Volume 1, London edition, printed 1836, reprinted in 1992 from page 364. Tacitus, the first Roman historian, insisted that Abraham was an Ethiopian. I'm gonna read that again.
Mm.
Tacitus, the first century Roman historian, insisted that Abraham was an Ethiopian. Killah priest, Tacitus is a Roman. He ain't an Israelite.
Mm.
He ain't with ISUPK. He don't got no horses in this run. He don't got a horse in this race. What motive or agenda does he have in making Abraham an Ethiopian? What motive and agenda does the early Greek and Roman writers have in referring to the people in Palestine as Ethiopians because of their skin color? What motive do they have in saying that? They are they from ISUPK? Are they relatives of Kataza? Shout out to Captain Kataza of ISUPK.
Right, no doubt. Hey, you have Neptali. She's in the back too. She's up in the joint. Are you cool with her coming through?
Absolutely, man. Let her come in, man.
Let her come in. She's in the chat. No, she's not in the chat room. She's in the Zoom. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Oh yeah. We got a couple of super chats for you too. Zion Lex. Go ahead. You read it.
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to. Everybody at home, don't mind. I gotta fix some stuff up here. Okay. Neosha Champs asks, Mr. Zion Lex, do you believe that Ziggurat Mastaba pyramids are connected architecture in that order? I am trying to confirm that knowledge.
Great question.
I definitely see a connection between what's called the Ziggurats of and the pyramids in Egypt. In fact, if I could share my screen once again, I could just show y'all what the connection is.
Yeah, go ahead and share.
Great question.
All right.
Here we go. There we go, craft room. You know what I mean?
So we're going to type up something right now that's called the White Temple. This is going to get real serious real quick. White Temple, Uruk. The earliest ziggurat in Mesopotamia is dated to 3500 BC. Remains of it exist today, yet it did not survive in its original form, but remains of the necropolis, the city, exist today, but the ziggurat does not exist in its original form. It's dated to 3500 BC. This is a recreation of how it looked. This is known as the White Temple and Ziggurat. Many of the ziggurats, at the very top of them, there was a temple. I want you to notice, Killah Priest, that at the top of the temple is at the top of the ziggurat is a white temple, which is usually referred to as a serek, S-E-R-E-K-H, a serek. Keep that in mind, a serek. Also keep in mind, Killah Priest, as you can even see here, and I'm going to make sure that I highlight it so it's up, that the date of this construction is between 3500 BC and 3300 BC. Do you see that for yourself?
Yes, I see it.
That's on the screen? Everybody can see that?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Now watch this. I'm going to take you to the oldest temple in Egypt, the oldest pyramid in Egypt. Oldest pyramid in Egypt is the Step Pyramid in Saqqara. And for those who don't know, the date of that is 2650 BC. Things are going to get real interesting real quick. Okay. This is a depiction of the oldest pyramid in Kemet. It's in the city known as Saqqara. Adjacent to it is a temple facade with a serek. I want you to notice something, Killah Priest. And let me first confirm it by showing both you and your audience. Just in case everybody doesn't know, I'm going to highlight this on the screen. Does everybody see that the Step Pyramid of Saqqara was built in 2650 BC. Can everybody see that? I'll even click on it and open it up so everybody can see it clearer.
Yeah.
It was built in the 27th century BC during the reign of Nisut Joser. The 27th century BC is the 2600s. So that's 2650 BC. Egypt's oldest pyramid, Killah Priest, is 2650 BC. And I also want you to notice that their oldest pyramid is a step pyramid. Now I want you again to look at the Ziggurat of Uruk. It's a step pyramid, except it's dated to 3500 BC. 1,000 years before Egypt's first temple, you have Ziggurats in Mesopotamia. Their first temple is in the style of Mesopotamian Ziggurats. Because remember, their first pyramid is a step pyramid, built and constructed in the same way as the Ziggurats of Ur. So you'll notice that if you can see this in 3500 BC in Mesopotamia, yet acknowledge that it does not exist in Egypt for another full 1,000 years, then you know where Egyptians got the idea from. And watch what's even deeper about that. I'm really going to give out this work. Because we're now going to go to the Narmer palette and make things even more interesting. The Narmer palette is dated to 3100 BC. I don't even need to show an attestation for that, because if you can't do that, that's like kindergarten knowledge when it comes to Kemet. The Narmer palette is 3100 BC. Now what I will do is show you the Narmer palette and then get a very close look at it. Okay, I got to get rid of some of this stuff. So let me get rid of that. Okay. I got to get rid of some of this stuff on my screen. So just give me a couple seconds to get rid of some of this stuff. I got a lot of windows open. I'm going to get rid of that window. Boom. All right. All right, boom. So this is the Narmer palette, right? I want you to notice, Killah Priest, that again, inside the name, inside of the Seric, you find the name Narmer. Remember earlier I said Narmer's name is spelled with the catfish and the chisel?
Yeah.
From whence you get Nar and Mer?
Yep.
Notice that Narmer's name is inscribed of a temple facade. This is called a Serek, S-E-R-E-K-H. S-E-R-E-K-H. That's called a Serek.
Okay.
The date of this palette is 3100 BC. Keep in mind, Killah Priest, there's no temple in Egypt in 3100 BC. Egypt's first temple and pyramid is 2650 BC. So here's my question. What temple is Narmer showing on his palette in 3100 BC when Egypt doesn't have a temple for another 900 years? Can't be a temple in Egypt. Can't be a pyramid in Egypt. Egypt don't got no pyramid or temple in 3100 BC. As I just showed you, the step pyramid is dated to 2650 BC. So what temple is Narmer showing in 3100 BC? Well, the Ziggurat of Ur is dated to 3500 BC, 400 years older than Narmer and his palette. And the Ziggurat of Ur has a temple facade or a Serek right on the very top. So again, what is Narmer depicting on the Narmer palette as a temple facade in 3100 BC when Egypt don't got no temple in 3100 BC. Their oldest pyramid, the step pyramid of Saqqara, is not created for another several hundred years. So this is the problem that we have in. People don't want to talk about this. They're going to talk about everything else, Killer Priest, but this. You can't get around this. And that's in part why they don't like entertaining this conversation, brother. This is easy work when you are well studied. The temple at Narmer showing cannot reflect any temple in Egypt. Egypt don't have a temple in 3100 BC, but there's one in ancient Sumer. So to answer that person's question, the term ziggurat comes from the Akkadian term because it's an Akkadian word, ziggaratu, right? And the term mastaba, that's a Hebrew word, which means pillar. And it's cognate with the Arabic word. Egyptians never referred to the pyramid as a mastaba. That is Arab influence on Egyptology in Egypt. Egyptians call their temples the Mer or the Merkut. If you want to say a pyramid in a Medu Neter, it's Mer or Merkut. Mastaba is a Hebrew/Arabic word, which means a pillar. And what it really represents is the proto-pyramids that were built in ancient Kemet, those huts. So that if I type in right now, a mastaba, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Stop the bleeding.
Oh, they bleeding.
Stop the bleeding. Go ahead.
So again, if I type in the mastaba, this is the early mastaba. This is the prototype to the Egyptian pyramid. It's called a mastaba. The word is not Egyptian though, it's a Hebrew/Arabic word. Okay, it's even used in the Bible. It's used in the book of Isaiah chapter 19, verse 19, the word mastaba. I can show you that too. All right, the Egyptians call their pyramid Mer or Merkut. Mer or Merkut. So again, Killer Priest, one of the unique things about the scholarship that I bring is that I'm not just talking, I'm not just quoting others. Killer Priest, I could read the text for myself so I know what the people are saying. So you're not arguing with me. I'm not giving you my words. I could read the text. I'm telling you what they're saying. I hope that answers that question.
Now this happened once. It's one of the worst beatdowns. No, because this happened. Remember when we had that astronomer come on?
Yeah,
and he had the flat earthers under pressure. AD wouldn't say a word that day. Remember?
Yeah,
you wouldn't say nothing.
It was podcast etiquette to let the elder build. Let him say what he had to say.
Come on, AD. Yeah, bad pressure on you. It was like
no, didn't. I felt no pressure from him. I felt like he didn't understand. He's an older gentleman.
I was right here.
It's like an old guy who can't work a VCR. You just gotta let him do his thing.
Oh, it sounds good when he's gone.
Yeah, now that he's gone.
Yeah, it was a different thing.
You know, because I don't want to mess up his world.
All right,
but that's another subject. That's not. We gotta stay on point.
Let's stay on this. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You saw what happened that day. Everybody saw it. It's on tape.
I have one of the brothers that was on your show. I don't want to say his name. Apparently, he doesn't like the way I pronounce it, so I don't want to diss him. But when I had first presented this on your platform, there was a brother on your show who's not here right now that attempted to say that my argument is wrong because the pyramids really come from Ethiopia. And he was trying to say that the Ethiopian pyramids are the oldest pyramids, which I got to tell you, Killer Priest, that was the saddest thing to hear that brother say, because it's a Google search away, Killer Priest, to know that the pyramids that the Ethiopians built are in what's called Meroe. And they're not built until long after Kemet's New Kingdom period. That's after the 1300s BCE. There is no pyramid in Ethiopia that is older than any pyramid in Egypt. Egypt's pyramids are light years older than the ones in Ethiopia in comparison. Now, what I will say is Ethiopia has more pyramids than Egypt. That's true. But the oldest pyramids in that region between Egypt and Ethiopia is not Ethiopia, it's Egypt. Egypt has a pyramid before the ones in Ethiopia. So the moment that that brother said that, I already knew that who I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with somebody that hasn't studied basic information. Like I do these tours, right? Oh, by the way, I'm gonna pull this up so everybody can see, because I don't just talk, I pull up receipts. So we're looking at what's called the Nubian pyramids, right? And watch this. In Nubia, pyramids were built for the first time at El Kuru in 721 BC, 751 BC. That's the oldest pyramid in Ethiopia, 751 BC. So anybody saying that Ethiopia's pyramids are older than Egypt's, you are severely understudied. And I'm trying to say it in the best way because I'm 43 years old. I'm past the stage where we disagree with people and they gotta be stupid. I'm past the stage where we disagree with people and we got a name call. We're just gonna call it what it is. You are understudied. Because that's really what it is. I don't gotta call your name or call you out your name. What you are is understudied. This is basic information.
Well, no one's calling. No one's. Oh yeah, I see now. Oh, Naphtali's there, but it's Zion's. He took his gloves off. He's in the building. Yo, Naphtali, what's good? What's good with you?
You know, I just want to say shalom to you, Killah Priest, and shalom to you, Moray Zion Lex. Wonderful presentation. I just wanted to come up and I just wanted to say a few words. I didn't want to take the shine off of Zion Lex because he is bringing the heat. And I just want to say it feels wonderful to be validated by your peers. I saw the information that you brought out with the Shum and the Schumer. You know, I had a lot of people trying to come at me about that. And it's just an honor to be validated by someone of, you know, a scholar like yourself. And just to come up here and, you know, just to say that, you know, we as Black people, as African people, we do have a history. We have accomplishments, we have achievements, and we do have, you know, we have a history as well. And it's nice to see that we're bringing that history out and we're not afraid or ashamed to do that. So that's all I wanted to come on and say.
I appreciate you, my sister. And I definitely see you as one of those people who are making your way and your entrance into the community. And the road so far is well paved. You know, I definitely want to say, and I have said it before publicly, and I'm enjoying the opportunity to say it once more again, that you are definitely one of those people that are the future, not just in the Israelite community, but in the community on a whole. And you should be embraced by everybody, right? You shouldn't only be embraced by Israelites, but everybody, because seldom in these conscious community circles do we actually see women stepping out. Seldom. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but we don't have enough. So what you're doing, what you represent is groundbreaking among us because we have a track history of not having enough women step out. And I hope that what you do becomes infectious, that you cause someone in the Kemet side, a woman who was of that persuasion, to step out and share her knowledge. We want to see female Moors step out and share their knowledge. If you follow my work, one of the things you notice me not doing is attacking every facet of Black spirituality. I got disagreements with Moors. I don't agree with everything that they teach. I obviously got disagreements with people that push Kemet. I don't agree with everything that they teach, but what I don't do is vehemently attack these people based on their views, because at the end of the day, that's the job of the FBI. That's the job of the CIA. They were given the license to attack us. So when we rush in to do that, I just gotta let you know, you're not a Fed because you're walking around with a badge and a gun. You're not part of the CIA or the Federal Bureau of Investigation because you was inducted or initiated. But you're a Fed when you're doing Fed work.
No doubt. We got Mighty Hebrew to call it. Hey, listen, Zion destroyed. Yo, that Zion is, you showing out, bro. I'm telling you, he's showing out. He's showing out. He's showing out right now. Yeah. No, he's showing out. He's showing out. He's showing out. He's not all right. He's killing it. All right, go ahead. All right, what's up? What's up, Mighty Hebrew?
Oh man, just chilling, man. Shalom, Lord Zion.
Yeah. Shalom, shalom, shalom. All the way in Tanzania.
Ain't nothing, chilling, just on my way traveling to Kenya. So I'm over here about to cross this border, but I was just listening, you know what I'm saying? And like Zion said, Sumer is most definitely older than Kemet. That is a fact. Anybody saying different, they don't know what the hell they talking about. But I'm gonna get off this joint because I'm enjoying the moment. I'm going to my travels to grab some more land. I love you, Zion. Keep up the great work. Shalom, Killer Priest. I'll be on soon, man.
Shalom,
Yeah.
shalom. Please,
Shalom.
if you don't mind, I want to say something to that point.
Okay.
When we talk about Sumer
Yes, sir.
being older than Kemet, that's true in certain respects, but as an unbiased and objective scholar, I gotta be all the way 100 and say, in reality, even though there are clearly similarities, even though there is clear interaction between the two, much of their civilizations developed independently. So that
Yeah, you going in God mode.
Oh
You
yeah,
in God
Kemet's
mode.
civilization. One
God
thing
mode.
as a leader, as a teacher,
Zion Lex.
you're
I'ma
tasked
follow
with
Zion
being
Lex.
real at the least bit. You're tasked with being real, you're tasked with telling the truth. So the reality is, much of what makes Egypt are things that they develop on their own. What we say as scholars who look at other parts of African civilizations around the world is people who study Kemet should be objective enough to study and show themselves approved to bear witness of how many civilizations contributed to Kemet's growth. That's what we're saying. We're not saying that Kemet wouldn't have a civilization if they did not encounter the Sumerians. That's silly, because the reality is the Sumerians have their origin in the interior of Africa. So they all have a common source from which all of the culture is developed. So instead of having silly arguments and saying, oh, you got the same story, you stole from me. Oh, I told my story first, so my story's better than yours. What about the reality that all of us have a common source from which we all draw from, and as we migrate and as time elapses, the story may change, the names may change, but the core foundational elements are true. And those are the elements that we're sillily pointing out to say, you stole this and you stole that, instead of asking ourselves, is there a common source or common denominator to the information that we all share?
You want to you can walk off now, bro.
I'm just saying
that was a walk off. That was a walk off.
No,
I mean, you can
it's stories without borders. That's exactly what it is. It's just stories without borders.
Oh yeah. Could you continue?
Oh yeah, definitely, man.
No, man. I mean, that was a walk off. You I don't care if you say anything this whole year. Go ahead. Continue though. Continue. Go ahead.
Thank you, man. Thank you. So again, one of the things that we have to bear witness to in looking at the history of these peoples is that their contributions are immense, man. Like, one thing that we know from history, right, about the contributions of many civilizations is that, and this is to the credit of European civilizations, some of the earliest European civilizations that we know of, many of them developed a little earlier than what we even attribute to them, right? But through a lot of, what we call or refer to as people giving lectures that are, what we call intellectual masturbation or things of that nature, people giving feel-good lectures. Nobody really gives some of the Europeans their contributions as well. But I'm gonna simply say this. One of the oldest European civilizations, in fact, the oldest European civilization that we know of are the Greeks. They're not established on the world scene until 1000 BCE. Now, there are people that argue that they are offshoots of a much older culture, the Minoan culture, which is a Bronze Age culture. But the only problem is that when you look at the early Minoans, which live in what we call the Greek city-states, but this is way before Greece. the Minoans painted themselves, depicted themselves as a people of color. So what I'm saying is the earliest European Greek civilization is 1000 BCE. And most scholars already know that. Sheikh Anti-Geob speaks about it in his works. Dr. John Henry Clark, I have their books on my shelf. I know what I'm talking about. Chancellor Williams, all of our renowned Afrocentric historians know that the earliest European civilization is the Greeks who make their way about 1000 BCE, but don't truly impact the world scene until Alexander the Great in 331 BCE. With that being said, look how crazy we sound saying Sumerians are a European civilization in 3300 BCE. There ain't no European civilization in 3300, 3100, even 2000 BCE. You look and sound uncultured, uneducated, and seriously undertrained and initiated. Because we know already from the tons of works of our Afrocentric scholars that the earliest European civilization is that of the Greeks in 1000 BCE. Yes, we can argue and debate on who the Minoan civilization is. They are a Bronze Age civilization. But when we look at the Minoan paintings that they have, they depict themselves as a people of color. So what they represent are some of the earliest Africans that left Africa and peopled the world. That's the Minoans. But you don't have European Greeks until 1000 BCE. That is your first European civilization. So you do yourself and the community an injustice when you say that the Sumerians and the Akkadians are European, when everybody knows European civilization is not before 1000 BCE. The Sumerian civilization is early Bronze Age, 3500. They got writing, they have law, they have sophisticated systems of irrigation, they have the distribution of jobs, you know, all of those items that come together to frame what we call civilization. Prior to civilization, the only thing that we could speak about is culture.
God mode. Super Saiyan.
Super Saiyan, yes.
It's completely quiet. Completely quiet. Right now, I'm going to end everything. It's like, yo, you on the road, brother.
Fact. So again, we hustle backwards. There's a lot of double talking that happens in the conscious community. People will say, oh, the Sumerians are whites, when we all know that that's a civilization. The Sumerian civilization is so much one of the earliest civilizations that everybody knows, even if you think that Kemet is older, you know that the Sumerians are so early that it's debatable who's first. So in that respect, look how crazy you sound talking about it's a European civilization. There is no European civilization before the Greeks, and that's not me being racist. That's not me giving a feel-good lecture. That is a fact. Unless anybody can call in live and show me a European civilization before 1000 BCE. And remember, I hope you know what civilization is, because we're not saying there's no European before 1000 BCE. We're talking about civilization. What are the tenets of civilization? What do you have to have in order to be considered a civilization? Writing, a legal system, courts, sophisticated irrigation, the building of dams, a legal code that's divine, a divinity, a spiritual system, a religion, the division of labor. When you had sophisticated societies around the Bronze Age period, where we left from being hunter-gatherers to where now we're farming, farming was a huge innovation in the proto-Bronze Age period, which allowed for what we come into in the Bronze Age period, which is civilization. Because with the cultivation of seeds, We don't have to go out every day and fight for food and kill for food. You got food growing. You're domesticating animals. When that happens, your mind is free now to think about a lot of things. That's why some of the earliest cultures don't have those tenets of civilization, because some of the earliest cultures were hunter-gatherers, and they did not have the luxury of taking their minds off of finding food for the day. So again, when you call the Sumerians a European civilization, you sound very uneducated. There is no European civilization before 1000 BCE. If you can show me one, I'll stop teaching.
You hear that? Subdue the moment. Seize the moment.
All right. So with that being said, brother, there's a lot of things that I do day to day, so I'm going to prepare. But what I would love to do, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to do it earlier, I want to take one more time, if I'm allowed to just drop once more the information for my museum tour coming up. If you can, could I share my screen to actually show the people just once more?
Yeah, you can share it. Yeah, AD.
Okay, thank you. So this museum tour is this Sunday. It's at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. This is going to be my 37th tour at the Met Museum in Manhattan. This tour is entitled the African Heritage Museum Tour, subtitled The African Origins of Civilization. There's going to be a special focus on the work of Sheikh Anta Diop, hence why his book is here, and to discuss much of his work that he contributed to the UNESCO conference. Why am I doing that? Because the newest exhibit in Gallery 136 in the Met Museum is entitled The African Origins of Civilization. And they have several new dedications in Gallery 136 of the Met Museum, explicitly and exclusively dedicated to the work of Sheikh Anta Diop. That's huge. We never had that before. No museum in America that you could walk into speaks of literally the African origins of civilization. The Met Museum is the first in America to do so. So I'm going to be leading the first tour on that topic, by the way, in the conscious community. There's a lot of people that do tours in the museum, in the conscious community, even the Met Museum, but nobody did a tour on this because this is so new. I'm also going to be talking about the Hebrew isms of West Africa and showing people all of the connections that we garner and gather from the historical record and the oral traditions of the West Africans themselves. It's one thing for a person to tell me, hey, Zion, and you can stop the share screen now, Killah, please.
Hey, AD, you stop the share screen.
It's one thing for somebody to tell me, Killah Priest, that they disagree with me thinking that I'm an Israelite. Zion, you're not an Israelite. You're not an Israelite. By the way, I just did my DNA. I just did my DNA test.
Yes,
and I'm going to be doing the results live. I'm going to share it on, I'm going to ask you if I have the opportunity to come on your platform and share my DNA results live.
Indeed.
I'm going to also do it from my platform as well. But one of the things that I want to say to you about that is, it's one thing for somebody to say, hey, Zion, I think that that's pseudo. I don't think we Israelites, bro. I don't think the transatlantic slave trade is in the Bible. If so, I think that that's even wicked. I don't think that your God is real. I don't believe that the biblical characters are real. And I damn sure don't believe that West Africans in West Africa, any of them, are Israelites. It's one thing for you to say that and believe that, but watch this. It's another thing for you arrogating to yourself that you could speak for the people in West Africa. Because there are West African cultures right now that say that they are the descendants of the Hebrews of the Bible. You have the Igbo people who were just recognized officially by the Sephardic rabbinate in the state of Israel as being descendants of the original Israelites of the Bible. I posted that on my YouTube page several weeks ago. So even they can't hide anymore from that truth, that they were forced to acknowledge it because of so much work that's being done on the continent of Africa and by Israelites in the diaspora to show and prove those connections. Furthermore, a brother asked me, I believe that we Israelites, when you can show me one African coming off the boat saying they Israelites. So what about this guy? What about Equiano, the prince of Pan-Africanism? What about him? He came off the boat saying he was an Israelite, literally. The kidnapped prince, another story about Oleato Equiano from his own words, where he says, not just the Igbo people, which is his people, but he said, even some of the surrounding people in West Africa, he has found that they also had traditions that they were related to the biblical Israelites. So again, it's one thing for us to sit behind YouTube with not a book to be found, because everybody is, let me tell you what people are doing, Killah Priest, and this is what's so sad. Again, I don't knock anybody that utilizes PDFs. I don't knock it because I know that I'm an old head, I'm 43. And I know that technology changes. You can put a book on a book. Books are digital today, right? I could put a book on my tablet. I got books on my tablet. Books are digital. I get it. But let me just tell you something about people who really, really do this. I'm a DJ. If I turned my camera around, you would see my whole setup behind the camera right now. Most of you who follow me, you know that I also DJ. I also have vinyls, Killah Priest. Because people who are really into DJing on a real level that have been doing this, we love the sound of that record playing. So what I'm saying is people that are really invested in this knowledge, Killah Priest, they got books, bro. You know what a lot of people are doing online? Not everybody, but you know what a lot of people are doing? In order to support the points that they're making, they'll Google online, whatever point that they have, find a book that shares a similar sentiment, then take that book and the quote, put it in a PowerPoint, and then tell you they read the book. But when a person like me, as y'all know I always do, when I say, oh, you read the book? I got it. The book don't say what you just said. Did you read the whole book? You start realizing they're not reading the books, Killah Priest. You know what they're doing? They're doing fringe scholarship. They're going online, looking for things that agree with what they're saying, and then taking it, putting it in a PowerPoint, and then convincing you that they're scholars. Most of them are not reading these digital works. I would have no problem with anybody reading, using a PDF if they actually read the whole damn book. But I know for a fact, many of them don't read it because I debate these people. And I ask them, you read the book? So what's on page 291? Oh, you can't tell me. Why? Because you never got the whole book. You never even got the whole damn PDF. You just went on Google and copy and pasted that one sentence that agreed with you and put it in your PowerPoint. Most of these people, Killah Priest, are good at making PowerPoints, and that's why they turn out to be Brother Polite.
We got a couple super chats from a gentleman named Donkey. Let's get to it. He says, what is your primary source, brother? That is a painting from after they left. Please, no insults or emotional response. I know nothing.
Just to be clear, I didn't insult anybody nor give an emotional response tonight. So
yeah,
I'm not even sure why the brother felt the need to say that. So first and foremost, he has to be clear on what painting he's talking about, because I showed several.
And I think he was talking about himself.
Yeah.
Okay.
The next one he asked is, there's a pyramid in China from 4000 BC. Gobekli Tepe is...
That's not in China.
And first and foremost, that's not in China, that's in Turkey. This is what I'm talking about, Killah Priest. This is what I'm talking about.
He says...
hold on a moment. Before you even go on, let me just get this out.
Go ahead.
This right here is what I'm talking about. Gobekli Tepe is in China?
Chat room's off. Yo, good.
Bruh.
Okay, so he says there's a pyramid. Okay, so Gobekli Tepe is oldest temple, etc. So how are things older if he claims these originals?
He got the whole thing wrong. So
Yeah.
So let's just be very clear on this. The premise of my argument was not to compare and contrast the Sumerian pyramids to say that they're the oldest temples or pyramids in the world.
Right.
I never said that.
No,
I
you
said
didn't.
that the Sumerian temple and pyramid are older than those in Egypt. I'm well aware of Gobekli Tepe. I'm well aware of its date. By the way, it's not 4,000, it's actually 4,500 to be exact. So I'm very aware of that. And there's even people that argue that it goes back to what's called the Sibyllian period, which is 10,000 BC. That happens when you read books, by the way. You could say more than what you're Googling online. So I'm familiar with that. And I'm not making the argument that a Sumerian pyramid or temple is the oldest one in the world. What I did make the argument, and more importantly demonstrate, is that it's older than the ones in Egypt. So I think what people should do is, before you ask or raise a question, maybe you should put your biasness enough to the side so that you actually gave a person an honest ear. Because if you really listened to me, then your question made no sense, because I never attempted to say the Sumerian pyramids or temples are the oldest in the world. That means your question makes no sense.
And that's it for Super Chats. I don't think anyone else dares.
Yeah, yo, man. I mean, I think you said everything. Neptali should die. I mean, Neptali. My bad. Neptali, you have anything you want to add? I'm sorry, I know you. I messed that up bad. My bad.
You know, this has been happening a lot lately. I'm like, I don't know, maybe it's the woman thing, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I just wanted to come on and just say that, you know, this was a really great presentation. I just wanted to say hello to you. I haven't talked, you know, I haven't been on the show in a while, and this was a great presentation as always by Zion Lex. I'm loving the you know, just everything about it, and I'm really edified by it. And thank you, brother, and keep doing what you do. And I want to give you your flowers right now, and to you too, Killah Priest. Great platform that you're allowing us to come on and deliver the information to the people.
Thank you. Thank
And
you.
I'm a bow out. Shalom, guys.
Shalom. I appreciate that. And also, I want to also acknowledge the brother Killah Priest as well. Thank you very much for your time, your space, and your opportunity, man. One day I would love to come back and share with you some of my industry experience, man. I was in the industry for a very, very long time, man. And we know a lot of people in mutual, man. I would love to share that story soon on your channel.
Definitely. Well, you got a VIP invitation to the Podcraft. Anytime you want to come through, anything you got going on, you can always share it. You can always come here and drop it. The day you was exceptional. You was sensational today. I mean, nobody called, nobody stepped up. It was great, brother. You showed your true eldership and your true priesthoodship on the craft, and I'm happy that I was a part of it to witness it.
Donkey wanted to clarify that he was listing two places that are older than what Zion listed. He knows they're different places.
Let me ask him a question. Are the two places that he's listing that are older than those in Sumer that I mentioned, are they in Egypt? That's my question to him. Are they in Egypt?
Okay. We've got someone here named Menkemperor the Great. He says, why you talk about ancient lands? We build on land now. Now story. Wait,
All right, so
I don't know if that's a question. Hold on. He's saying, why you talk about ancient lands? We build on land now. Now story. That is from
Okay.
Emperor the Great.
So with all humility, I just simply say peace to you, brother. Continue to build.
All right.
Peace to you.
Hey.
Any more super chats?
Yeah, man, they in there. Yeah, I think it was great. Yeah, I'm gonna send you off to the Podcraft, man. I know you busy. You got other things that you got going on. We wish you very well. And next time, man, I'm gonna kick it to you after this, and I definitely want you to come back and do a part 2 to this. You know
All
what
right.
I'm saying? And I don't
Salute
say
to
that a lot
you
of
and
time.
thank you.
Thanks for coming through. The great Zion Lex.
Peace, Zion.
Peace, peace.
Yep. Yo, that was great. All right, coming to the stage. Let me bring him because he was sitting there the whole time.
Hey.
Dave Flores, come on, man. You and Sue, y'all can come through. Emperor the Great came through.
Oh, that was Mank?
Yeah, that was.
Oh.
Yeah. It don't matter, man. Yes, yeah.
Peace,
First of
Mank.
all,
Peace.
dope shirt. Look at his shirt that he got.
Yo,
Look at his fire shirt.
that is dope, man.
Yo.
Yo, did you get the original file for that? Because, like, I designed that into, like, the album cover.
I believe so.
I mean, I guess that worked out.
Yo, that is fire.
I thought
man.
for a
You gotta
shirt.
show him the back, please.
I want to make sure you got a 300 DPI version. You know what I'm saying?
Yo. Dave Flores, yo.
I guess it's not blurry. I guess that's the high quality version. Yeah.
Yeah, yo, that is fire. The
Let me
colors,
know.
everything.
Yeah. That's good.
We gotta talk to Selling.
Yeah.
We gotta talk to Selling. That right there is
dope.
what I'm talking about, man. Yo, Sue, what's good?
It's good.
Yeah, man. Yo,
I thought it was.
I didn't even ask you yet.
I thought you said yo Soul. You said Soul. Like
saying
what's
peace to
good?
you.
Like, oh,
I'm saying
yeah,
peace.
yeah,
I'm saying peace. I'm saying peace.
Peace.
You know. Before I get started, what you thought of it? What y'all thought of it? I'll start with you. I was gonna start with I get you last.
Yeah. Go ahead.
What you thought of the build?
I thought it was a really good build. You know, a lot of the stuff he was talking about was very interesting. I thought the David, he had a tablet or what was it, like a piece of about King David.
Norma
That
tablet.
was very interesting.
What did he say he got that from?
I don't know. I have to go back. I mean, he was saying so much stuff. It was But the thing is, all right, I'm gonna listen to y'all because I got my thing.
Right.
I got my thing from what I see. I was like, he did the work.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? When you do the work and you don't just sit there.
Yeah.
I mean, how you see it? I'm not gonna say my part.
Yeah, he
great.
sounds like he did a lot of research.
He showed who he is.
Yeah, definitely.
He took off his Superman suit.
Oh.
I mean, he took off the regular clothes and showed he had an S on his chest.
Right.
Great work, Zion.
Thanks.
I have a lot of questions, but I thought it was a great presentation. You know what I'm saying? I like how he linked it up. I'm pretty sure Dr. Josh would have a lot of questions too. You know,
Dr. Josh. Josh.
But I mean, I think that he made a good point about you know, how could you can't say that those people wasn't descendants of African people. You know what I'm saying? Maybe like me and Dave was having a conversation a little bit about it on the side there.
Yeah.
You know, maybe those Africans walked out of Egypt, walked out of Africa millions of years ago and established their own thing. Like you were saying, it wasn't what everybody from the same borders didn't. Maybe that theory is real. You know what I'm saying? He made that all coincide. You know what I'm saying? I like how he did that. Yeah.
You okay, bro. Let me say the words.
What?
I'll say the words.
I
Growth.
like how
I'm just gonna let me build because I already know. Growth is. I mean, I read quotes before I started, and sometimes I like read quotes from experts. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
People like philosophers and poets, and they say things that mean something. It echoes throughout generations.
Right.
Even you can go through the walls, you can go through tablets, you can go through just oration, word of mouth. It's sayings. and these things are echoed through the universe. That's why I read some of those things.
Right.
When you uncomfortable, right? Certain things become uncomfortable because you're growing.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if the seed is uncomfortable under the ground, but when you put it under the ground, it's not inside the fruit yet.
Yeah.
But the fruit is inside the seed. Just things to think about. Things to make us think. Not only also is the fruit inside the seed, the tree is inside of it. You know what I'm saying? And it takes rain, it takes the elements, all of the elements, to cultivate it. And it takes season, and takes time for it to grow through. So through an uncomfortable state, sometimes we can get a blessing that comes out of it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I see growth. It's growing pains. They say it all the time. I'm talking to the craft room too. I mean, we're all part of this dialogue that just happened, this Merkaba will. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to ask him about that. Get into the Merkaba will.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I know you're about to say something. Go ahead. Say it.
Well, you know, I mean, I do still have a bunch of questions. You know, it wasn't like
He
I
was
was
right
told.
there.
Well, I wanted him to do his whole presentation.
He
Next
said
time.
he was done. He asked
You
you
know.
questions.
Yeah, well, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know what I mean? I want to go back and watch the show again and make sure I have, you know, I got all my ammunition in one pocket so I can say, okay, boom, 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 bang, boom. You know what I mean? So I got to go back and watch again. You know what I'm saying? So
He said a lot.
you said a lot of
Said
stuff,
actually.
you know?
Good points.
Good,
So
great
points.
Great points.
Great
man.
points.
Only
Great
on-
points.
Only on
I'm a little lost between the ziggurat, you know, and he's saying, and also he said, he tried to relate a ziggurat to a pyramid. They're not the same structures. They don't even really look the same, you know.
Well, the step pyramid,
Yeah.
I thought kind of roughly could be.
It's not the same.
You know, I could kind of see
It's
it.
not.
you know
They
what I
don't
mean?
look the same. I mean, but here's the thing.
No opinions now.
Yeah,
He's gone.
yeah.
When he was
Yeah,
here
yeah.
and he asked
Yeah,
for
hold the
you
thing.
to step up.
We're
Hold
gonna
on.
go-
Let me finish. He's gone.
Right.
He was
Right,
here.
right. We're not
He
gonna
asked
go-
for,
yeah.
he asked
Yeah,
for the
yeah,
questions. I'm just gonna defend the right away, and no one stepped up. Nobody called in, and so that
Nobody
was what it
didn't
was.
call in. I thought Katz was gonna call in. I thought somebody was gonna call in, like, yeah, you know, yeah, I think you're wrong. Instead, Mighty Hebrew called in.
Yeah. He was in the zone. He was in God's zone. You remember Bruce Leroy? Remember when he was doing the fighting and the dragon? He turned to the green dragon.
Right.
You talking
Or Neo when he shot all
no.
those
You talking
bullets
about
at him.
Bruce? Yeah. He
Bruce
caught.
Leroy, right,
He
had
caught
the
the
glove.
force. He got the force.
And the
Yeah,
force. Exactly. Michael Jackson talked about it. You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying?
yeah.
He said, don't stop till you get enough.
Yeah.
And he just went up there, and that force took him to Thriller.
He started the globe. Remember that?
Neo.
Oh,
Yeah. Sometimes you be in altar where it just moves. It's songs are made like that, created. Me and shout out to Kambata. Sometimes you get into a zone where the words are just, everything is just put there before. You're an artist.
Mm-hmm.
You know when you're in the zone and you start creating,
That's
and
right.
it's just there.
Yeah, you know, I just think, you know, I think a lot of cats is probably gonna watch this right here. The cats is gonna be coming.
Stating the obvious.
What? No, I'm just because you know people watch, like, you know, and they might be
With their eyes.
They're gonna be watching very closely. Yeah, they're gonna hit you up after the fact and say, you know what, priest, blah 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 blah. You're gonna probably get like 20 calls tonight, man.
Okay. I'm ready for
Maybe
those
more of
calls. I always get calls. It's Brother Glow in the building, man.
You know, priest, let me tell you something. I ain't want to call in because, you know, I just wanted to hear him all the way out.
Right.
Hey, that's good. Sometimes that's why I read that thing before about 2 ears and 1 mouth. Sometimes we could do more listening. Even AD dropped the jewel. I ain't gonna front. AD said when the astronomer came, he said, "Yo, I gave the elder time to speak."
Yeah. It would be very rude for me to just destroy him.
Yeah.
On the
Yeah.
television.
Now, look.
See, AD is taking jabs because he's gone.
Now look, can I
When
say
he was
one
here, AD was quiet.
Yeah. I get no
Take the
jabs.
Well, he's coming back.
Oh,
Well,
he's
yeah.
He's going to take a one-on-one with you. He just hit me up. He says he's ready to.
Well, you know, I wanted to say
You
that.
can't do that to them. You can't do that to them.
It's just,
The poor guy.
AD's representing all the flat earthers. He's your leader.
Yeah, well,
There's no leader.
There's no leader, right?
There's no leader for the truth.
Truth Seeker, what up?
Speaking of the truth,
Oh, wow. Bad news.
What the hell?
Shut up. Are you serious?
Oh man,
That's bad news.
God
What?
damn.
Wait, do you announce that?
Man.
I mean, Truth Seeker just put out that we just lost Jordan Maxwell.
Just had him on last year.
I am sad to announce, and I'm very sad.
Oh, what the?
I am very sad, yo. Jordan Maxwell has passed away, and shout out to Kind Hearts. I mean, we was all trying to reach out, but dag, man, Jordan Maxwell. He'll always be remembered, man.
We just had him on the show, like what, twice?
Yeah, right. He was on the show. For people who don't know Jordan Maxwell, just look him up. We had him on the show. Dag, man. I have a great story. Dad, that was his words. Man, it's a wonderful story.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
He should say
He brought the Illuminati to the forefront.
Yeah,
You
man.
gotta call Santos, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta hit Santos.
Wow.
Santos
crazy.
has a podcast. I'll mention it.
Yeah, in the conscious community. Yeah, I know. So it hit you. Word,
Yeah, because
sad.
I talked to Jordan Maxwell a few times. Shout out to Truth Seeker.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Zion
We got-
really going. It's not that he brought the house down, but you know, a great legend passed away
Yeah.
after he just dropped that jewel.
Yeah.
Damn, Zion. Yo, man, I'm very sorry to announce that one. Word.
Yeah, man.
Shout out to Truth Seeker for linking us up with him.
Yeah.
For the show and all that he's done for us.
Yeah, he did love this Podcraft.
And for Jordan.
Let's do a moment of silence for Jordan, man.
Yeah.
Let's do a moment of silence. A moment of silence, everybody, for like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
For Jordan Maxwell. He just passed away. All right. Okay. 10 seconds. Word, no doubt.
You
Man.
said 10 seconds. That was like 6.
Yeah. How many seconds? No, that's real though. No, that's real. That's
Yeah,
real.
yeah.
Some guys gotta get more than that, man. Rest in peace, Jordan. I mean, the Podcraft is just like saying that. Coach Kadaka showing that. I know Trouble Man. You already Trouble Man. He said he's sad now. I know, man. Dang, I want to go through. He's the one that broke down the double cross. The Exxon, the Exxon.
He broke down the Hegelian, Hegelian philosophy and all its connections to Freemasonry and the occult. You know, he broke down what we call it, maritime law and how it relates to today's standard in court.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he did so many things. He did a lot of great things to bring to the light, and for black people, man, because we had them tapes in the hood, We had them tapes in the hood. This is way back in the '90s. For a lot of y'all cats, man, a lot of y'all cats is young. I don't know how old you guys are in the chat room, but you know, me and Priest, we go back to like 90, 91, 92, getting this information, man. You know, we thought the world was going to be gone by 2022. You know what I mean? So it's great. I mean, well, he lived a long time. You know what I mean? And he stayed with us for a long time. And he was here. He was a visitor. He was one to come here to teach us something. He definitely was one of those people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Jordan Maxwell, yo.
Yeah.
Check out the craft on it. Like, play some clips of him. Yeah, let's play a clip of him. Play Illuminati 2000. That's a good one, though.
Yeah. I mean, all of them are good.
Yeah. You can play the one with us, but I was just going to bring it up to date.
Yeah, like show them something a little.
Illuminati 2000. It's Jordan Maxwell. What was it? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, hit him right there.
Illuminati, incidentally, is from, in the ancient Sumerian language, the gods were called Illus. Ilu, or I-L-L-U, or ILU, and in Semitic it became EL, L, but L was actually comes from ILU, which gives us the concept that God is enlightenment. So our word Illuminati or illumination. God is illumination. The I represents illumination. And of course, the triangle with the eye has, of course, been used in Freemasonry. And incidentally, it's used in Freemasonry all over the world. It's used in Masonic documents. More pictures. This is the Masonic apron. CBS has the all-seeing eye, and you'll see it's placed within the triangle. This is in the Far East. Disney uses it for Atlantis, advertisement for the movie Atlantis. What does the symbol of the eye represent, and where did the idea originate? The idea of the eye is from Egypt. It's the eye of Horus. And again, now you see the eye in the triangle, but it is the Horus eye. It's the eye of Horus. We see it also in Time Warner uses it. Corporations use it. We see it in a government document, and One Nation Under God. You see what God it is, Horus. And I keep wanting to get off into a totally different subject when I get into Horus. Horus was the sun, and Horus walked across the sky in 12 steps. When he was born, he was called Horus of the first step, and then Horus of the second step, and Horus ultimately took 12 steps. That's where the alcoholics have a 12-step program. So do you have a 12-step program. You go to school in the first grade, and you end up in the 12th grade. It's a 12-step program. And consequently, Horus was the sun. The sun walked across the sky in 12 steps, called 12 Horuses. H-O-R-U-S, Horus. We today change it around and make it H-O-U-R-S. So it's 12 hours, it's actually 12 Horuses. And the sun brings light into the world. It walks across the sky in 12 steps and brings light into the world. And so consequently, and light in Latin was Lucius, or Luke Skywalker. He does battle with Darth Vader, the Prince of Darkness. So all of this is very interesting, but it's making the point that the eye of Horus is also known as the eye of Ra. It represents the sun and expresses the divine omnipotence of God, the Creator.
Okay,
so in the ancient Egyptians...
Kind of good on that. Yeah, man, that's it, man. That's just it.
I remember hearing that and being like, damn, this is crazy. That was before I got into astrotheology, man.
Yeah.
Then once you started talking about astrology, I was like, yo.
Yeah. Yeah, you could play him on the show. He was on it. He was on the show, though. Got him on here twice, bro.
Yeah.
Yep.
Man. So, yo, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Y'all can take it from here. I've been drinking a lot of tea. Here's the tea.
Yeah.
Thank you. Tim, you got to get a cup. Get your teacup.
Oh, sorry. I thought
angel was to appear to me because we've seen the angels appear to people.
So that was a Cinco de Mayo special.
Okay.
He was he's
of last year.
A live stream.
So we did a Cinco de Mayo special back then.
Ripping you off. There's nothing you can do about it because you voted for them. You said you liked them, so we gave you who you like. Now you find out that they are working for the bankers and they're working for the system.
To watch that whole episode, look up Jordan Maxwell, Killah Priest Live, Cinco de Mayo special. That was that one. And then there was another one we did. First one. Up there too. We had Santos up there. Gotta find the first one. You definitely find that one in there. Yeah, that was two. Crazy. Yeah, man.
Yeah, well, at least we got to talk to him before he passed on
True.
to the next world. And you know, he's the prime example of having a real purpose in life. You know, he took action on on what his purpose was and what he was sent here to do, which was enlighten people and help people have a different outlook on the world, and give them knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Somebody said yes. Calvin Forrest Woodson, Manly P. Hall, and Maxwell are synonymous. Very well so. You probably studied a lot of Manly P. Hall books.
So much. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Thanks for the super chat.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Let's see. So that's that. But Ceaseless says he just barred up, fam. Don't be sad. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. But he left us with a great amount of work.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I just told Santos. He said he heard. Yeah. They're probably
send it into the ancestors.
Yeah.
Chad, he did his thing.
And I'm sure he knew about that as well, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, what
he
happened
just
to you
dressed
guys' yellow pads? I thought I had yellow pads up there.
I got one right here. So honey. That's the yellow pad.
Alright.
Man, that shirt. All right. Yo, so let's after okay, says Mojito's crying. Mojito was kind of cool. He kind of
Mojito's
almost messed
right
up.
here. He's chilling.
Yeah, he almost messed up the bill a couple of times. He came over here and he had to spray him, so he jumped over there.
Yeah, he let everybody know he was here.
He's in a bad mood today.
He's like, it's mojito time.
Yep. Oh, we had a very rare surging of Coach Kandaka.
Oh yeah.
Somebody,
Wow.
They finally got to hear a voice.
Little appearance.
Shout out to Coach Kandaka, man.
She had a nice voice too.
What'd you say, AD?
She had a nice voice.
Hey.
They were saying that all in the chat too.
Yeah. Voiceover. Word.
You gotta have her do
first time.
You gotta have her do a voiceover for the podcast.
Definitely.
You are now watching the Killah Priest podcast.
Hey, we probably could do that.
Yeah, should have her do it.
Bombs on it. It'll be like Rick Ross with Maybach music.
Right.
Yeah, we just
Like,
say,
oh, damn.
Podcraft.
Priest podcast.
Yeah, Podcraft. All right, man. Much love to everybody out there. I was about to say Brother Sanchez. You know what I'm saying? Brother Sanchez. Shout out.
Yeah,
much
I
love
watch
to you,
his
brother.
show.
You do?
I watch Bro Sanchez, man.
No doubt. He got love over here. He got two over here. Brother Sanchez, he got upset. But we have Lord Scranton coming back.
Okay.
I'm pissed off too. But no, he coming to teach. He said he coming to. You remember Lord Scranton?
Lord
He was the
Scranton.
cat that was dropping the Dogon. That's when Brother Sanchez came in. And
He thought he could tangle with guys that dealt with the people directly.
well, he
That's
didn't
what
get to
happened.
say that because Lord Scranton sat with the Dogons.
He sat with
But we
him.
couldn't get that out because, the dialogue
He's
went
trying
down.
to prove that he's trying to say that the Dogons are flat earthers, man. No, that's not true. He gave the star maps of Sirius A, B, and C. They obviously knew that, celestial bodies is revolving around stars, around a different star. If that's right, if that's correct, so
AD don't
he
agree.
tried to run with that. He tried to run with that. And try to, ruin Mr. Scranton's build.
Yeah. AD doesn't agree. He's like,
All right.
I'm not saying nothing. I
It's
know.
all right.
AD
That's all
floats out of his body every night.
That's right. Not every night.
Every other night.
2 or 3 times a week.
Well, we got somebody to deal with that because Grant, what's his name's coming?
Okay.
And AD talked to
Oh,
him.
what's the name's coming? I didn't know what's the name's coming. What?
Be back.
Did y'all hear that? What's the name's gonna be on the show? I love what's the name.
Grills. Gano Grills. AD built with Gano.
Gano Grills,
They
right.
went right to the celestial. He knew where he was. Gano Grills. That's one of the best graffiti writers, and RZA. I mean, he's the whole clan best friend. You know what I'm saying? He's been in many movies with RZA, and he's working with RZA right now. And he invoked and he became some type of shaman. You know what I'm saying? So he can see and he can read these spirits. So he could be on here next, and he could do a lot of things. Not like, I'm not gonna say it. If y'all saw last night, it was crazy, yo.
What? Oh, you talk about
Ha-hoo-ha. You know what I mean? It was just all crazy. You know, shout out to Brother Garfield too. I saw his black, I gotta shout him out, Black Colts. Saw that.
Colts,
Very interesting. A lot of people that's starting.
I haven't seen that.
You didn't?
No, I haven't.
Shout
Black
out,
Colts.
Brother Garfield. I just want to give him props because he put out a small segment called Black Colts. Check it out.
I gotta check that out.
Check, free your mind, and make sure that you don't be a part of these black cults, because a lot of people come up there and they sit up there, they talk, and then they actually say that they went somewhere. And then I'm not knocking anybody. I'm just saying that, you know, it's good to be aware.
What do you mean, like go like to like another dimension or something?
You
Like
know
that?
what I'm
These
saying?
guys-
The next minute, just like Minister Inky was talking about.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Next thing
right.
you know, you're doing brown chakras and stuff like that. And, you know, they take you to, you know what I'm saying? You start wearing, you know, you start your eyes, and you got your brother sunflower seed. You ever saw
Yeah.
Martin? You know, half of your hair is braid. You know how it goes.
Yeah.
Once you
All right.
braid only half of your head, you pretty much dug in, locked in. You locked in eating sunflower seeds all day. It's good, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to I said, Donkey, what up? AD, play your video. Yo, yeah, let's just go to AD video.
Hey.
Then we're gonna go to the music. Let's shout out to AD, man, for finally finishing it. Now we can give y'all a horoscope like we wanna do it.
Yeah,
All right, let's do it.
man. Here we go. World premiere.
Exclusive.
Take him to the top.
Yo, I come across as the boss. I'm 80 Ross. Race cars with NOS and I never lost. Fuck the laws, I fly to Mars in a rocket ship. Talking shit, I'm in the Matrix when I clock a Smith. Mosh pit, when I rock the mic, it's over with. I take over your whole show, take a token split. Phone your click, hijack the whole industry. My own ministry, only look within the sea. Inner mentality with dual personalities. So many fallacies, I'm fighting with fatalities. I'm Kung Lao when I teleport and disappear. Baracho drunk master with a fist of beer. Now steer clear, I speak with no apology. I talk astrology so much I think they onto me. I speak it properly, taking back property. Playing no games, I'm top hat Monopoly. Chronologically, in order like it ought to be. Say cheese, I'm shooting like photography. Oh please, I grow trees at low fees. I'm low key in the bag like it's groceries. All I need is 4 seeds of the OG. You can look closely, but don't be getting nosy. I met Rosie and got a little cozy. Now she in my Instagram, tagging like she knows me. Little Bo Peep, Betty Boop Boo Boo. Hennessy and Coca-Cola feeling kinda cuckoo. Yo, I don't know if she can hang with it. The candle lit, she wanna have entanglement and strangle it. She way beyond passionate, I'm passing it. Check yourself, I'm cashing it. New clicks, new kicks with the classic fit. I'm fast to spit and talk a lot of facts and shit.
I lost a lot of weight, y'all.
Scientific, lyrics explicit. It's the longest waited, the most anticipated. Too scientific, lyrics explicit.
You can't miss it, flow is so vivid. Go toe to toe when I live to no limit. I'm prolific, West Coast Pacific. In it for a minute, getting wicked when I'm twisted. Double digit, seeing synchronicity, multiplicity, and chromosome activity. I feel dizzy when I'm in the Sin City. All spiffy, I came to get busy. I get props for hip hop abilities. Hot beats, got non-stop facilities. Telekineticity, microphone agility. Stacks and socks and lots of possibilities. Intergalactical, yeah, I'm gonna act a fool. Actual, natural, factually impactful. Fat sack, in fact, I'm about to pack a bull. So impeccable, medically a vegetable. Smoke professional, take a photo chemical. Cut and edible in multiple dimensionals. It's for the festivals, rapping on pedestals. Optometrist as I make another spectacle. On a megaphone, oh so obnoxious. Spit topics from toxic to conscious. Nonsense, politics and Congress. I'm Colossus like Loch Ness monsters. Now watch this, I ride fast and furious. Homie, I'm delirious, I make your lady curious. See serious, beyond Sagittarius. God is undercover, discover just how near he is. True experience, oh so mysterious. Mind over materials, nothing is luxurious. Another nemesis, Genesis to Exodus. Your body is the evidence, I'm finished with the rest of this.
It's the longest waited, the most anticipated. Too scientific, lyrics explicit. It's the longest waited, the most anticipated.
rhyme? Did you write that rhyme? Did you write it on the spot? Did you freestyle it? Did you write it on the spot?
You know
How
me.
doing?
I sit on my computer and like, you know, type it out and listen to the beat. I was really inspired by that beat, you know what I mean? And people realized that I kind of flipped that one flavor in your ear. Like I loved that track, and I felt it so much. So it's like some tracks will kind of just bring the lyrics out of you. You know what I mean? So like I had to do that for the love. You know what I mean? I'm not even trying to come out like a rapper, but because I produce so many artists, you fall in love with hip hop so easily. It's like, yo, let me just do one track. Let me just kill it on a track. Do one video, put it out, cool, have fun. But like that whole thing was just to be like the first track of my compilation. I launched that compilation. I got all these tracks that I did throughout all the years out into the world. I have closure on that, and now I can like put that to the side and now make some epic Killah Priest beats. You know what I mean? But I had to get that out the way.
Right. That was fantastical.
Yeah.
Fantastical.
I love the compound syllable rhymes. You know what I mean? I'm a huge fan of Pharaoh Monch and Redman, and obviously you'll hear some Eminem influence and stuff. But his first album, the Infinite album, is what I love from Eminem. So yeah, great stuff. Thanks to everybody for all the love. I got a lot of great feedback on Instagram. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. But the best is yet to come.
Somebody said not bad for a flat earther.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much.
Yeah, man, that was great.
Yeah.
All right. So at this point, should we just we're gonna go into the music? Let's get into the music. See what else we got going on, man. It was epic tonight, and I think we go in and out tonight. We're gonna party tonight.
Hey.
Yeah, that shirt is fire, yo.
Yeah, thank you,
man.
All right, so we got let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. We got 9 submissions today.
Yeah, like 9 planets.
Hey, so let's go.
Hey.
First one's gonna be by Flame John from the Netherlands.
Oh, sorry. You know what it is? You gotta. More tea?
Yes, please.
Gotta make some more too. Yeah, you got that one.
All right.
So you ain't get a cup.
Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, you gotta get you a cup.
You got one over there?
Yeah, you
oh,
gotta
okay,
wash it out.
okay.
Just wash it out real quick. Shout out to the craft room.
You spilled?
Yeah, man.
Oh,
Never
shit.
drop the tea. Never drop the tea.
You spilled the tea.
The aroma of wood.
Usually spilling the tea.
Smoked wood. Yeah, go ahead.
Spilling the tea usually means that you released a rumor. Or you or you like you gossiped.
Hey,
like,
7 years of
tea.
bad luck. But my lawyer said he can get me 5.
Hey.
All right.
Okay. Hey, shout out to ODD. You're right. I see Gomeo there. Okay, here we go.
We're gonna get we want to get Cootie Mayo back too. Yeah. We gotta get Cootie Mayo back, man. Yo, Vinny, talk to Cootie Mayo. Tell him we want to come. We want him to finish his bill. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
definitely.
Without interruption this time.
Yeah, let him build.
Yeah.
Cootie Mayo, if you out there, man, let them know, man. Come on back and finish your bill, brother.
Yep.
We want to hear you out. You know what I'm saying? And you know, bring your sources or whatever. Hear you out. All right.
Yep.
And Dave gonna hit you up anyway.
Yeah, definitely. I'll hit you up, man. Chat it up, man. Get you back up here.
All right, here we go. This is from Flamjan, the Netherlands.
Shout out to Guam.
Willem Jan Holkamp.
And the fragments of a song I've remembered.
Coming back.
Dude, I love this bass and snare. That's how you do it. Nice kick, nice snare.
We be hitting fast.
There's a lot of room for an artist to do something like that.
Yeah, that was a dope beat.
A lot of room. Great submission, great beat. I like it. I got nothing to say about that. Other than that it was dope. But I love that kick and I love that snare. Solid. Good production for a beat. That's ready.
You wanna add something to the just add it in there?
Oh, right now.
No, you can do it that way too. That's kung fu, real kung fu style. Add it in there, but you have to pour it in another one. That one.
What is that?
That's silver needle. That's silver needle.
Silver needle?
Yeah, you can take the pinch. So that's one of the ones. Yeah. There's got other ones in there too. You don't want to steep it too long. And there you do the honors, man. Word. See how this? Yep, Jasmine King. Some places they call it Supreme. You know what I mean?
All right. Should I move on?
Everybody like your
Yeah, I
shirt,
would agree with AD too. The beat was dope, man. The beat was dope. Definitely agree with AD. Everything sounded good on the beat.
Yeah, I came in on the last minute, but it sounded good.
Right.
From what I heard.
Nice.
Noise.
All right, here we go. This next one is by Coach Build from Rochester, New York. It's called La Stile Malcolm.
Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad's message made a whole lot of people feel whole again. Human beings again. Some of them came out and found a new meaning to that manhood and that womanhood. Had Elijah Muhammad tried to introduce an orthodox form of Arab-oriented Islam, I doubt if he would have attracted 500 people.
That's nice. Royal priesthood.
Yeah.
I like that.
They're saying it goes with the background.
Oh,
It does. Like out of Africa.
All right, that is Coach Build from Rochester, New York. La Stile Malcolm.
Nice.
Yeah, get that.
It's a very serene beat.
Yeah, I like that beat. Get that one.
It sounds like something Priest would do something too.
Yeah. Sound like some royal priesthood.
Nice. All right, moving on.
K9 sitting on that track.
Next up now, we got DJ Aurora Borealis with a track produced by Coverboy, Imperial Blood
R.I.P.
Cloran.
Shout out to Coverboy.
Coverboy, the Pope. Ships ahoy. Microphone check 1, 2. Turn my volume high. Yo, check it. 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 Yo, and yo, never ending stories like my rhyme never end. Wake up in the morning, then you hearing it again. Afternoon come, to the break of dawn, like you feathering off the moon, goo hard, man, noon, eclipse. You know, it's the abyss, constant dark, light, space, UFO, magic carpet. Never to return, dissection, C-section. Bikini come, we need part thought. Poker had my back. You were too busy counting stack, then he stabbed me in the back like the Fed did Iraq. CIA did Iraq, fundamentalist of that war with drugs. Hey, yo, wanna wake composition, space anatomical make. Wake my pineal gland, third eye, time travel on rapid complex tax. Kid rock from the lacrimal duck, I'm off of anchor, hunger, famine, plague, earth fake, earth say, computer code better than the fabric of the universe. I speak these words from the area where I heard the semen get worse. As the earth revolution, no solution, trying to maintain my composition. My composition navigates the GPS global position. I used to prosecute Christian like party apostle until I got a visit. Anatomical, astronomical precision. I hold with pen with precision. Microphone, hip-hop position. Medical aseptic incision.
All right.
That was fire. That was boy be having a beach, yo.
Yeah. All right,
That
cool.
was fire.
Yeah, all you gotta do is mix it a little bit better, bring up your vocals, you know. With tracks like that, I mean, Priest he gives me some tracks like that where there's like a lot of strings and orchestra, a lot of mid-range going on.
Boy, it's like that was like a Superman one.
Yeah. So when I do those, you kind of have to go into the EQ and bring down like the 1000, the 1K, bring down the middle part or wherever your vocal range would be. It'd be probably around the middle somewhere. Bring down that a little bit so that your vocals will sit in a little nest right in the middle. Otherwise, those strings are gonna just overpower your vocals, which they kind of did. You know what I mean? So you can either like really put your vocals up, but then you might be a little too loud. So you gotta pull down the EQ in the middle of that beat because the strings are just dominating, and then create a little nest. It's a very subtle thing, but at the long story short, turn up the vocals. What y'all think?
I loved it, man. I thought the beat was dope. I thought the beat was amazing.
I liked it. I liked the beat, but like I agree with AD. You got to turn those vocals up. Like the other day, I mean, the other day, I don't know. He spit over voltage beat, and his voice sound clear. I don't know what's going on.
It's the strings. It could be a challenge.
Yeah, it could be the track. I'm not. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I don't know what kind of beat microphones he used. Clearly wasn't the track. The track is the track. You know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought it was dope. Just turn your vocals up, bro, so we can hear you more. I liked what he did with it though. It was good.
I think it was fire. Word. Keep going, Aurora. You're getting better and better as you go. Word.
Yeah. Okay. Next now is Odomai from Florida. The track is called "Time Is Now."
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's He about to kick some miraculous. He about to kick something miraculous.
Time is now, no time to waste. It's time to wait. It's time to decide your fate. Time is divine. The sky's design shapes divided between the sky and space. There's nowhere to run, no hiding place. You can try to escape, but I'm not. You got a price to pay. Time is real. Time is fake. Time is only what you make it. A how long time will take. Is it shorter than we think? Only time can tell. Is there a limit or a distance? Time is a scale. Under your nose, it's a measurement. A long clock, got a sedative. It's selfish and benevolent. Absolute and relative. So hurry up and get ahead of it. Shit. It's time ain't got time for you. Time and you. Time what the time can do is turn a boy to a man, girl to a lady. In the world is crazy. Time is wisdom. Time is prison. If you're resourceful, you can reverse the system. Or at least reduce the sentence. Fix your lenses, then get forensics to understand evidence deep within this. Crime called time, it can drive you senseless. It's only if you let it live. Don't regret it, cause you never could reset it. It's inevitable headache. Take a second to check it. Best to respect and accept you're indebted by this thing called time. It's all in your mind, all of the time. It's a phenomenon where we all intertwine and exist, but without it, we all would collide. So hold your horses before you force it. Let time run its course and explore your choices. Cause a weak infrastructure will cause corrosion. Time heals, doesn't have a clue what remorse is. Be prepared, my dude. You can walk with me, but can never wear my shoes. I manifest time when I share my truth. Make you feel so familiar like deja vu.
Hey.
That was hot. That was hot.
Odomai, Florida. Time is now.
That. Odomai. Wow. Yo.
He's dope.
Yeah.
What does it say? Yeah, he's dope.
He's dope.
The Odomai, shout out, man. Keep
dope.
spitting bars like that.
Yeah.
I hate for any of you young boys to run into him in a freestyle battle. You know,
It'd be a slaughter.
It'd be a slaughter. He starts spitting like that, you got to run for the hills.
He kind of reminds me of Twister when he spits fast.
Yeah.
He starts rhyming fast.
The lyrics.
That's just one style.
Right,
I heard him rhyme slow. So he's like he's a master of his craft. So it's like Only getting better. Yeah, Mojito's about to wild out, y'all. Is Mojito in the view?
He's not in the frame, no.
He's about to wild out. He's right here setting me up.
If he hisses, I'm going to shoot him with the spray can. All right, next up, we've got, we're going on to the 3-minute submissions now. This is Cheat Code. Billy Hush and Fix. It's called Adrenaline Warfare.
The credit to the young watch all the beat. In our minds, feel like the end is near. Gotta make sure we re-up and get our crystals clear, yeah. Stay alive. Their motive just isn't fair. Want to start to live in fear. Adrenaline warfare is in our minds. Feel like the end is near. Gotta make sure we re-up and get our crystals clear, yeah. Stay alive. Their motive just isn't fair. Want to start to live in fear. Adrenaline warfare.
I was looking for some love in the dark, but those feelings put a slug in my heart. I was looking for a place I could vent. Since our first appointment, I ain't seen a sense. I was looking for somebody that would feel me, and I was taking poison, hoping it would heal me. My homie, he got problems with his sinus. When he sneezes, I'm thinking, does he have the virus? And we went hard for that dirty money, yeah, like fuck it. Now that money got corona, I don't wanna touch it. I'ma have to get a chip just to buy some food. And if I want my kids to learn, they gon' need one too. Mama, pray for me, yeah. Toss and I turn. I wait impatiently, pacing while painting pictures of worms. I scribble symbols and signs. To whom it's concerned, these are the end of the times. The whole world gon' burn.
Cause what they want is in our minds. Feel like the end is near. Gotta make sure we re-up and get our crystals clear, yeah. Stay alive. Their motive just isn't fair. Want to start to live in fear. Adrenaline warfare is in our minds. Feel like the end is near. Gotta make sure we re-up and get our crystals clear, yeah. Stay alive. Their motive just isn't fair. Want to start to live in fear. Adrenaline
yeah, you know
warfare.
we rep it 2 times. For the man that go all out when it's full time. Yeah, you know we rep it 2 times. I know how you treat your weed, but I abuse mine.
Wish I could grab my gun and bust some shots for the end of the world. Wish I could free my dogs and see my son for the end of the world. Wish I could stop smoking so fucking much for the end of the world. Wish I could just live long enough to see the end of the world. Yeah, now that I know, now that I know, now that I know the shit, man, I gotta be ready for anything. Every day like I'm ready to die. When you gotta go, you gotta go. Ain't no talking and all that shit. Fuck what you gotta say, man. They do anything when they looking you dead in your eye. They locking they low and knock on your door. Pop off and then blow your shit like it's gonna take too much time. Just waiting for the bitch to come outside. Do you got a clue? What you gonna do? When the end come around the corner, is you gonna run or turn around and go towards the fight like my adrenaline pumping? All I gotta do is pick up the pumping, let it go on top of picking and pumping, pointing out another picking and dumping. Yeah, my nigga is nothing but a little press of a button, cock, and then all of a sudden pop, and then they kick in the bucket, what they want.
It's in our minds. Feel like the end is near. Gotta make sure we re-up and get our crystals clear, yeah. Stay alive. Their motive just isn't fair. Want to start to live in fear. Adrenaline warfare is in our minds.
All right, that sounded like the bass boosted version of that track, because I can hear this piano in the background. I can hear there's more beat back there. It really felt like it was tucked in the back because that bass was dominating. You know what I mean? I know that's on purpose for a lot of people, but I would like to hear the expanded version of that, and that could be in the mastering. I don't know, but good song. Go ahead.
It was dope. He was in the pocket. What I like about the song, it was clean, made sense. The rhymes were cool. He was in the pocket, and that was dope.
I thought it was okay. It wasn't my cup of tea. I thought it was okay though.
No pun intended.
Right.
What tea?
What do you think?
No, it's not really my cup of tea, but you know, I don't know. Somebody out there is gonna like it. Yeah, I mean, you know, you play the song. Yeah, I mean, you can play it. You know, not everybody's gonna like everything. I thought it was okay tune. It's not my cup of tea.
Let's go. This next track is by Sayaman. It's called Let It Off. Video.
Bring Loki before me. I hid them. Sire, I will fetch the stones and return them to the Norn Queen. Have a care, my son. This day, none can call on me for aid. I will be deep in the sleep of night. The ritual I must endure.
Hey yo, I Tom Cruise the Southern Eastern. Rhyme shine blind Venetian. Your vitality drops with no cohesion. Completion, mind, body and soul. Also anatomy enables me to channel my chi beyond the galaxy. Phenomenal. Chakra rotates in my abdominal. Tornado type patterns of four. Travel celestial. Collating stars, gases, and atom value to fathom. The menace, phantom, murder, a dragon vanishing. Wagon E and J tag 'em with laser beams. Bars coded, can't scan 'em. Kick a verse twice, super Van Damme. I manhandle 'em. Spraying my bars. Look how I vandal them, choppy with sticks but no Mandarin. Super 1-ton heavyweight, break your chest plate, no need for next to kin for you to relate. Slate clean like a headshot, infrared beam, regime cream, Alexander McQueen, we fiend green. Yo, on the mic I'ma show off, hill rhyme skill, thrill spill when I go off. Yo, so let me go fam, set it off, chrome mics, bust man, dust when I let it off. Yo, on the mic I'ma show off, hill rhyme skills, thrill spill when I go off. Yo, so let me go fam, set it off, chrome mics, bust man, dust when I. Hey yo, super saiyan contortionist, Prince Purple Aquarius, the water bearer H2O flows precarious. Cascade your cranium, vital fluids, I'm draining them. Arch druid, rain for millenniums, rocking stadiums, the jam pack, verbal gap, rocking Afghan like Yasser Arafat, notorious truant, but still a class act. I don't kid and play around, that's why I wear the crown. Hope when you step out of bounds, it ain't my blue time. All the notes, portables, giving power to noble youths. Who's front line with no fatigues and boots. Notice these from roots who chase dreams and suits. While we in this mouse trap smoking cheese and juice. High potency, my poetry's deep, just like the ocean beat. Cold short shattered when words spoken ferociously. My monarchy reigns supreme, comedic legacy. Pyramids aligned with star sacred astronomy. Yo, on the mic I'ma show off. Hill rhyme skill, thrill spill when I go off. Yo, so let me go fam, set it off. Chrome mics, bust man, dust when I let it off. Yo, on the mic I'ma show off. Hill rhyme skills, thrill spill when I go off. Yo, so let me go fam, set it off. Chrome mics, bust man, dust when I. Yo, on the mic I'ma show off. Hill rhyme skill, thrill spill when I go off. Yo, so let me go fam, set it off. Chrome mics, bust man, dust when I let it off. Yo, on the mic I'ma show off. Hill rhyme skills, thrill spill when I go off. Yo, so let me go fam, set it off. Chrome mics, bust man, dust when I. Yeah, stay super. Sire man, the legendary beat looper. Blue Borough Trooper, Mount.
Sleep well, my father. The Norn stones will be back with their mystic queen ere you awaken. You will find them in a pouch beneath that rock. In that mountain, Loki? You are indeed a fool, hiding those magic stones so near the hidden tomb.
I like that. That was dope. That was cool. I like the beat. I like the flow. He's from London.
Oh, yeah.
For those at home. Because there was an accent there. Yeah, for sure. Sounded cool. That's the kind of beat I would jump on, too. I like it. It's got that cool vibe to it.
I can see
it's
that.
hip-hop. Nice.
It was cool.
Yeah.
I like it.
Sayaman from London.
I like it. I mean, I like it.
Dope. Yeah, I like the beat. Heard the London accent too when he was spitting, so I like that. I like that.
I'm always, you can't knock real hip hop. You can't really knock. I mean, it had a dope hook, dope rhymes. He's in the pocket. Everything he said was dope. And can't knock it. That was dope. Guam. I see that man from Guam.
That's the man from Guam.
All right, this next one is...
A man from Guam, see?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See.
Yeah, it's called...
Straight from the land of Guam.
From Toronto, Canada. Sound of Abundance.
Who is that? That's Guam, right?
No, it's called Stay Relevant. His name is Stay Relevant. That is not Guam.
Oh, damn. We thought it was Guam, yo.
I was like...
God, man.
nope.
My fault, brother.
Stay Relevant from Toronto, Canada.
Oh, man, damn.
And this track is called Sound of Abundance. Here we go.
sounds of abundance. This is the sound of abundance. This is the sound of the oneness. Alright. I was counting numbers, numerology. I would look for signs, astrology. I would chase the stars, cosmology. Now I'm barefooted, so my ancestors been calling me. I stay rooted, only been recruited from the Most High, never been diluted. Once again, I see my brothers and my sisters, long time I've been waiting, I done see them incarnated. And we come in here, frontline, culture preservating. Once again, Ayurvedic or ancient comedic, ancient, planetary, interplanetary, galactic, universal frequency and ascension of what it mean to be in this ascension. I give thanks cause the sound of abundance. This is the sound of the oneness. And this is the sound of the African drum, of the African space-based sound. This is the one. And you and I, we are the one. We are the all. We are the truth, and we are living embodiment of the root and mycelium connection to Kemet and the ancient truth, ancient root, ancient you, ancient us, ancient be. We are the sounds of abundance. This is the sound of the oneness. We was moving intergalactic, interuniversal, interplanetary frequencies. That's ascension. This the sound of abundance. And this is the sound of the oneness. This is the sound of abundance. And this is the sound of the oneness. A universal, galactic, interplanetary frequencies, that's ascension. Need not to mention, you could get caught up in detention if you don't really wanna go and ask the elders, or ask the youth, or help yourself and love yourself too. Now you got to figure it out. Do you really know that this the sound of abundance? And don't get left out of the oneness. This is the sound of the all. This the sound of abundance. This the sound of abundance. Calling on the ancients, answering for the ones that been calling on the ancients. We was right here, you been patient. Give thanks for waiting, but now we right here. The sound of abundance. The sound of the oneness. The sound of abundance. This is the sound of the oneness. This is the sounds of abundance. We are the sound of oneness.
Hey.
Okay.
How you like that?
Yeah.
I'll say it was it's like meditation music. It was clean. The hook, it just drew me in. It's like I would listen to that like just before, work out or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just listen to that.
It's a lot more raw.
Yeah.
It's going for dry vocals.
Right.
It's kind of like a world music type of beat. You know what I mean? Once you go into that realm, you're a lot more free to do as you please because it's meant to be raw. And sound, it sound like how it was. I could hear the vocals. It was cool.
The way he made abundance and oneness rhyme, it was like the way he said that. It was like, oh man, it's meditation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or some good weed smoking music.
Right. Yeah. Someone said in the chat room that it sounds like a Diggable Planets kind of feel.
Oh yeah,
real chill.
Yeah, definitely had that vibe.
Right.
Had that vibe.
Key, we beat to rap.
Right.
Yeah, that kind.
Yeah. They had that vibe. Yeah.
All right. Next up, we got a track. We got Cola Zone from Fort Wayne, Indiana. This track is called Construction.
Chop, chop, break time over, fellas. We got work to do. Aw, man, come on, boss. Check the thrusters out, okay. Yeah. You got that dialed in? All right. Well, who the fuck left the cargo bay door open? Rico did. That's all goddamn sandwich. You done loading? Shut that shit. We got work to do. Yeah. Trust my expertise. I'm sure the only cure is pure DMT. Extracted from me. Guaranteed to get you rolling like a Dyno GT. Chrome sprockets, lead pegs, adamantium rotors. I'm a long shot to the head, your cranium throws up. The Arca-Colas make a closed mind claustrophobic. If you ain't ready to embark, you loafing. Those who prepared downloaded through their modems. While the incoherent zones out to the low end. Impaired between the ears, gassed up, no sense. I smell a leak, please, don't vent. The arc sparks explosions. Take cover, nigga. Bitches, I mean kissing linoleum. DJs in they bunkers vlogging, give them no spins. Each day playing junk garbage, how can he win? Hands callous, straight malice, keep turning his wrench. nigga. I keep turning this rich. Construction. Cold as dark. Construction. Cold as dark. Cold as dark. Give me a few tools, a handful of tracks, a spacecraft on my cover, and an interlude. This what I present to you. The ark's a work of art, without a strip, screw, scratch, dent, mint, wax new. I'm in this booth like Doctor Who, and you a babbling buffoon in a padded room, laughing at you cartoon. Coon, swagger, jack, and Doc Seuss. Salute, cheers to the truth shit. Y'all need practice like this shit need a patent. Gray skies take you to the future backwards, ASAP and shit. Left Fox before we got it strap fastened. Dead stock, red hot. Kicks with my cash with shit. My shit ain't hot, bitch. Get your thermostat fixed. This is hip hop, zip locked in a craftsman. Fresh enough to make them top rocket to a backspin. Looking at the future now like fuck the past tense. Yeah. Fuck the past tense. What he say? Yeah. Construction is moving forward with this, man. Moving forward. Cold as dark. Know what time it is. Construction. Cold as dark. Cold as dark. Cold as dark.
Dope. That was fire.
Yeah, I like that.
That sounds like it could be in a movie.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I can see that in a Fast and Furious movie or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that beat was off the chain. The lyrics was dope.
Yeah. Sounded good.
Really dope. Who
Good
was that
mix.
kid?
That was Colazone from Fort Wayne, Indiana. It's called Construction.
Wow, Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Yeah, that's legit.
Shout out to Fort Wayne.
Mix was good. It's mastered good. It's radio ready.
Yeah, he's ready to go.
You gotta get that into a movie.
Oh yeah.
What you think, Breeze?
Oh, come on! I gave it like 5 bombs.
5 bombs.
The rhymes, the hook,
Yep.
everything was
dope. Really, really good.
All right, we got 2 more to go.
Dos. Shout out to K9.
Next up,
Got those left.
none other than Voltage Controller, aka Ghetto Gandalf. You already know.
Already getting those.
Track is called Settle the Score.
Already got bombs.
Voltage Controller.
We already know it's fire.
I know. You might as well just say.
I'ma settle the score once and for all. When I'm vexed, I flex and turn green like the chronic.
That shit, you can freestyle to this one.
When I came through the door, my mom was thinking all out war.
Gotta let it ride out. Listen to the Monday. I got you Monday. Absorb the beat right now, man. Monday, I got y'all.
Came through the door, my mom was thinking all out war. When I'm vexed, I flex and turn green like the chronic. When I came through the door, my mind was thinking all out war. When I'm vexed, I flex and turn green like the chronic. When I came through the door, my mind was thinking all out war. Kiss the rings.
Ghetto Gandalf, the wizard. This is Los Angeles.
Nice. That's fire.
Very good, very good.
Yo, I'm loving his backgrounds on the green screen, man. I had a hard time
Jeez.
finding backgrounds for my green screen, but damn. There's some dope graphics back there, Voltage.
That was dope, Voltage.
What else can we say?
Jeez.
Straight fire.
Expertise always. Right amount of spice. Because when he be doing this, he be doing he put the ingredients in the beat.
Yeah,
It's just
like a wizard.
Yes.
It's like
his bowl is the his pot is
Cauldron,
the
right?
cauldron.
It's the cauldron, yeah.
Cauldron.
It's a whole, yeah.
Yeah.
It just comes
magic.
a melting pot. Yeah.
I have newt, a little of that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I have
a little, right.
Little snake venom.
That's
Okay, you got Ceaseless Russell. He said, "Come
Monday, I got y'all.
Fam.
Send some dark beats. Like if y'all want to send, well, I can't tell y'all what to send in, but if y'all,
That's your preference, though, right?
Yeah, send some dark beats. And if y'all want me to do a subject matter, I'll do that as well. If y'all want.
There you go. Give him like a medium tempo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Aurora Borealis. Man, that got me. I don't know what it is, but my energy is just like.
It's the tea, yo.
Yeah, the tea.
Are you doing a
just got
different
my
type of tea
fans.
today, or what? What is it?
You got that white champagne with, what's it called? White champagne with
we doing Jasmine King.
Oh, Jasmine King. Okay.
Yeah, this is Jasmine King. This is the
Jasmine King,
this is
huh?
the-
Silver needle?
Yeah, this is the white silver needle.
Okay, silver
this is silver needle supreme, but they, like I said, you know, in the Asian culture, sometimes they call it supreme. The other person will call it king, but it's all the same.
Right.
It don't tell you
They call it
It's not
queen.
like weed though. It don't tell you the effects.
Come on, bro. I'm
It don't tell
handling
you.
this. Even as I go down, my hands.
Yo, you seem high as hell.
I go down like this with tea because I'm in the arms of the Buddha.
I know. You just gotta catch priest.
Yeah, I'm going down with a smile on my face, y'all. Word. I am.
Hey, what you high on? Tea?
Yeah, I'm in the sauce.
Tea you drinking? Oh man.
Bye. At this point, it's just the liquor off the tea, man. It's just flavored, beautiful, and it has me in a drunk state. You know what I mean?
Tea drunk.
Yeah. Happy state. So, and to you too at home.
To you too at home.
Smoke weed every day.
Mm-hmm.
And drink your tea.
Yeah.
As you should.
THC or just tea?
I like that. THC. You know what I mean? Like TEAHC. Yeah.
D.
You know. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we got the last one.
Oh.
Can you guess who it is?
Of course. Special guest. I mean, that special guest is always a treat. He does it for us.
As
we enjoy as the night closes.
Indeed.
There goes the
And
Ka Zodiac.
Ka Zodi. Shout out to the brother Ka Zodiac.
Music for the soul.
In the mind and the mental.
Do you think you are the one?
Honestly, I don't know.
You know what that means? It's Latin. Means know thyself.
We gotta play the remix soon.
Man, know thyself. I will eat the right foods that I grow myself. Cause the wrong way stole my health. I'm glad to be me now and nobody else. Man, know thyself. I will eat the right foods that I grow myself. myself.
Museum right there.
Cause the wrong way stole my health. I'm glad to be me now and nobody else. Yo, here I go again, decoding all the scriptures, potions and elixirs. Hope you get the picture. Frame it right, say goodnight, folks are getting sicker. Choking on their liver, hope that I delivered. Puzzled all the ministers, asking no attorneys. I spoke that unfamiliar tongue that baffled all the clergy. My soul is like a living drummer, mastering the earthly. I wasn't in their lessons and they pastors never heard me. I'm out of the curriculum, like the Merovingian, righteous ghetto Indian, Asiatic gentleman, raised to have a simpleton. Neophytes and hierophants, cardinals and bishops, marches with their fists up, envision nation battles, steady arches with their wrists up. Lyrics for the stick up, kids starving for a stick up. I came to elevate the world, my heart would never give up. My mind forever focused, there's a time for every lotus. Until it's yours, we bring it and keep shining so they notice. They say the student's ready, the teacher appears, cause he was always there, you just didn't see he was here. It's time to make the people aware. It's time to make the people aware. Man, know thyself. I will eat the right foods that I grow myself. Cause the wrong way stole my health. I'm glad to be me now and nobody else. Man, know thyself. I will eat the right foods that I grow myself. Cause the wrong way stole my health. I'm glad to be me now and nobody else. Many secrets in my lyrics, come and see if you can hear it. You never die when you breathe in the Holy Spirit. Swine ain't divine, the people they won't go near it. Salad bar, spit it, not your average hard here to bring you back to God Center, just like Master Far sent you. The end ain't always happy like a back massage stripper. Bringing back the stars, Mr. Zodiac and law picture like a pillar in the canopy. I'm glad our hearts differ. Unique and all expression, it's a classic art picture for the homies feeling lonely with a rather large dinner. Sitting at the bar with another glass of hard liquor, give a toast. Your existence blowing smoke's my prescription. Reality's a casualty when folks live in fiction. Holy hope for permission from the post. Intermission, this is broken inhibition. Dangerous epiphany, awoken every Christian saying nature is a mystery. Study ancient history, paging all pagans, calling all sages. Wall-to-wall haters in the temple of the mental. This is all a false matrix, hoping that the Lord save us, bringing back our pure status. Our pure status. Man, know thyself. I will eat the right foods that I grow myself. Cause the wrong way stole my health. I'm glad to be me now and nobody else. Man, know thyself. I will eat the right foods that I grow myself. Cause the wrong way stole my health. I'm glad to be me now and nobody else.
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Being the one is just like being in love. No one can tell you you're in love, you just know it. Through and through. Balls to bones.
We doing the Cavalier right there. Okay. Nice. Okay.
Another banger.
Another banger from Kazodi.
So good, man.
That was awesome.
And it's like positive messages too, you know? That's a feel good track. That's nice.
Dope videos too, by the way.
Yeah, he's really got that down.
Yeah.
He does his own videos.
Yep.
Y'all make sure you follow Kaz Zodiac on YouTube.
And follow him also on Instagram. He should have more subscribers than that, but that's good.
Yeah. No, he's growing. He's growing fast.
Yeah.
Man.
Let me
go ahead.
Y'all finish?
Yeah, I'm done.
What you got? What you got?
Don't matter about this. Talk about my man, yo. Listen, I think that like certain songs, let me break you down. Let me break this down, bro. That song right there, I think that's the true essence. Yo, that I don't even know if I was detoxified, but it was like calcium free. It was, yo, he explained, you spoke for nature. I think nature, he just, that was the best I could describe it, yo. That was the best, that was one of the best songs I've heard. That's it. I'm saying, that was beautiful. Everything in that, bro, was touching. Word. Kaz Zodiac, you cease to amaze, man. It's like, yeah, you got more, bro.
Never cease to amaze.
Yeah, exactly. What did I say? You cease?
Cease to amaze, yeah.
like it's beyond because it's not. I can't even say never. It's like he's always that right there was so beautiful, yo. I wanted to play it again.
Yeah, good stuff.
Word, that was beautiful, man.
All right, you guys, if you want to submit your tracks to the next episode, go to killerpriest.tv/song promo. Links in the description. All the information is there.
Sorry. Somebody said Dead Prez would have been Healthy Vibe. Yeah, that was... Dead Prez do have a song like that touched, but that was all the way there, man.
Mm-hmm. It's amazing how much value these song promo segments have added to the show. Like, it's been great. It's such a key part of the show now, the song promotion segment.
Show.
That's great.
Somebody said I'm T-drunk. Of course I am.
Hey.
It's not hard to figure that out. Oh, yeah. I am T-twisted. All right. So, yeah, Vulture said rewind, man. I wouldn't. Yeah, that's like I wouldn't mind that, man. I would not.
We can close the show with that if you wanted to.
Yeah, but then we're gonna be leaving. We could. Yeah. Yeah. Let's. Okay. Yeah, I'm a little out of it. You want to close the show?
Can I give a couple shout outs, please?
Yeah.
I'll give a shout out to my sister Thea. I know she's out there watching. She's texting me right now.
Peace,
Thea. I want to give a shout out to you. Philip, Mike, Victoria, Daniel, Ronnie, everybody. Daddy, I love you guys. I'll see you soon, okay?
Hey.
Yeah. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to the Podcraft. Shout out to everybody. Thanks for supporting the Podcraft. And I got some stuff coming. NFT collection in the video. Look out for that with Voltage. Yeah. Like and subscribe. See y'all on Monday.
Nice.
Noise.
You've been watching Key and Peele, man.
Key and Peele.
Oh, man.
My son loves Key and Peele. He put me on the Key and Peele. Oh, man. So we crack up all the time.
Yeah. Noise. You got that?
I got that.
Oh, man. Noise.
I clipped it myself.
Let me see that real quick. We'll get in trouble, right?
Yeah, if we play more than 5 seconds of it. But,
That's all I'm going to say. Thank y'all for coming through. Catch us back on Monday. And we'll be vibing out. You know what I'm saying? So... Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Word. Thank y'all for coming through the
Peace out.
Podcraft.
Shout out to Zion Lex as well.
Yeah, thank you, Zion Lex. Man, you was in raw form today. Untouchable zones. Word.
Rest in peace, Jordan Maxwell.
Oh yeah, rest in peace to Jordan Maxwell. Forgot to say that. Sorry about that.
And we will see you guys on Monday.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Peace.
Coverboy. Shout out to Coverboy once again too.
Shout out to Coverboy.
Yeah, he be in there. Wow.
Yeah, you wilding out, man.
Yeah, that's something to say. Peace. Word.
All right, we'll see y'all next time.
Yeah.
Do you think you are the one?
Honestly, I don't know.
One of these old days.
You know what that means? It's Latin. Means know thyself.
See, God's gonna wipe away all our tears. He gonna wipe the tears.
Man, know thyself. I will eat the right foods that I grow myself. Cause the wrong way stole my health. I'm glad to be me now and nobody else. Man, know thyself. I will eat the right foods that I grow myself. Cause the wrong way stole my health. I'm glad to be me now and nobody else. Yo, here I go again, decoding all the scriptures, potions and elixirs. Hope you get the picture. Frame it right, say goodnight, folks are getting sicker. Choking on their liver, hope that I delivered. Puzzled all the ministers, asking no attorneys. I spoke that unfamiliar tongue that baffled all the clergy. My soul is like a living drummer, mastering the earthly. I was wasn't in their lessons and they passes never heard me. I'm out of the curriculum, like the Merovingian, righteous ghetto Indian, Asiatic gentlemen, raised the average simpleton, neophytes and hierophants, cardinals and bishops, marches with their fists up, envision ancient battles, steady archers with their wrists up, lyrics for the stick up, kids starving for a stick up. I came in to elevate the world, my heart would never give up, my mind forever focused, there's a time for every lotus, until it's yours we break it and keep shining so they notice. They say the student's ready, then the teacher appears, cause he was always there, you just didn't see he was here. It's time to make the people aware. It's time to make the people aware. Man, know thyself. I will eat the right foods that I grow myself. Cause the wrong way stole my health. I'm glad to be me now and nobody else. Man, know thyself. I will eat the right foods that I grow myself. Cause the wrong way stole my health. I'm glad to be me now and nobody else. Many secrets in my lyrics, come and see if you can hear it. You never die when you breathe in the Holy Spirit. Swine ain't divine, the people they won't go near it. Salad bar, spit it, not your average hard here to bring you back to God center, just like Master Far sent you. The end ain't always happy like a back massage stripper. Bring it back to stars, Mr. Zodiac, a law picture like a pillar in the canopy. I'm glad our hearts differ. Unique and all expressing, this a classic art picture for the homies feeling lonely with a rather large dinner. Sitting at the bar with another glass of hard liquor. Give a toast, you exist and blowing smoke's my prescription. Reality's a casualty when folks live in fiction. Holy hope for permission from the post. Intermission, this is broken inhibition. Dangerous epiphany, you woken every Christian saying nature is a mystery. Study ancient history, paging all pagans, calling all sages, wall-to-wall haters in the temple of the mental. This is all a false matrix, hoping that the Lord save us, bringing back our pure status. Our pure status. Man, know thyself. I will eat the right foods that I grow myself. Cause the wrong way stole my health. I'm glad to be me now and nobody else. Man, know thyself. I will eat the right foods that I grow myself. Cause the wrong way stole my health. I'm glad to be me now and nobody else.
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Being the one is just like being in love. No one can tell you you're in love, you just know it. Through and through, balls to bones.
God's gonna wipe away all our tears. He gonna wipe the tears. He gonna wipe the tears from your eyes.
My legacy is to never need, forever free this for generations ahead of me. I'm a mixture of innovation and ecstasy. Sacred visions paint illustrations you never see. Yeah, my legacy is to never need, forever free this for generations ahead of me. I'm a mixture of innovation and ecstasy. Sacred visions paint illustrations you never see. Nah, I don't believe what they telling me. I don't need what you selling me. Yeah, this is extra freedom instead of fees. This intelligence is a delicacy, called a treasury, thought telepathy. The path's crooked, hold a staff, walking steadily. More